Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. Halloween was always my favorite night of the year. I loved the whole vibe of it. The laughter of kids running up and down the sidewalk, the glow of jack-o'-lanterns lining the porches, the smell of candles burning inside carved pumpkins. Ever since I'd bought my house, an older, quiet place tucked away on a suburban street, I made it a tradition to hand out candy. Something about the small-town feeling reminded me of my childhood, when life seemed simpler, safer somehow. This Halloween started out just like any other. I had decorated the porch with string lights and fake cobwebs. My front door had one of those cheap plastic skeletons hanging from a hook. I wasn't super creative, but it was festive enough to welcome the neighborhood kids. I had a big bowl filled with mini chocolate bars and gummy candies, ready to give away. It was around 6 o'clock when the first trick-or-treaters started knocking. A group of kids dressed as superheroes and princesses showed up first. They shouted "Trick or treat" with huge smiles, their parents waving from the sidewalk. I smiled back, dropped candy into their buckets, and watched as they scampered off to the next house. For a while there was a steady stream of kids, groups of them giggling and jostling each other to get their favorite sweets. As the evening wore on, the groups of trick-or-treaters got smaller, then faded completely. It was getting late. I figured things were winding down, so I flipped off the porch light and closed the curtains, settling down on my couch to watch a movie. My street was quieter now, the earlier laughter and chatter replaced by the occasional gust of wind blowing through the leaves. I was halfway through the movie when the doorbell rang again. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 9. Later than usual for kids to be out, but not unheard of. Maybe some teenagers hoping for leftover candy. Sighing, I got up, grabbed the candy bowl, and opened the door. Standing there alone was a small child, probably no older than 7 or 8, dressed in an old-fashioned clown costume. It wasn't the funny kind of clown outfit, more like something from a vintage photo, baggy and faded, with red and yellow fabric that looked hand-sewn. The kid wore a white clown mask with exaggerated painted features, a big red nose, and a wide, unsettling smile. "Hey there," I said, forcing a casual tone even though something about the silent kid felt slightly off. "You're out late." He didn't respond, just stood there completely still, holding up a plastic pumpkin bucket in both hands. Something about his stance felt rigid, almost unnatural. But I figured maybe he was shy, or just really into the creepy Halloween spirit. "Here you go," I said, dropping a handful of candy into the bucket. Still no reaction. Not even a nod or a muffled thank you from behind the mask. Happy Halloween," I said awkwardly, stepping back and shutting the door. I returned to the living room, but the encounter stayed with me. Something about the quiet kid in the weird costume just stuck in my mind. Shaking it off, I sat back down, trying to focus on the movie again. Not even 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang once more. Confused, I went back to the door. Through the curtain, I saw the same clown costume standing there. My pulse quickened a bit. Was the kid lost? Or maybe pulling some kind of prank? Annoyed now, I opened the door again. "Hey, buddy, didn't I just—" I stopped short. The mask was gone. The child's face beneath was expressionless, blank. His eyes stared straight ahead, fixed somewhere around my chest, unblinking. "I already gave you candy," I said cautiously, trying to keep my voice gentle. "Are you lost or something? Where are your parents?" He didn't respond, just stood there, still holding the pumpkin bucket in both hands. My unease grew. There was something deeply unsettling about the kid's empty gaze. "Hey," I said again, softer this time, crouching down to his eye level. "Do you need help?" He didn't move, didn't blink, didn't speak, just stared, his face perfectly emotionless. I glanced around my yard, looking for anyone nearby, other kids, parents, neighbors, but the street was empty, dead silent. "Look, kid, if this is a prank, it's getting old," I said, irritation starting to creep into my voice despite my unease. "You should probably head home now." Still nothing. Frustrated and honestly a little creeped out, I stepped back inside and firmly closed the door, flipping the lock with a deliberate click. I stood there for a second, waiting, listening, but heard no footsteps or movement outside, just silence. I returned to the window, cautiously pulling back the curtain and peering out. The kid was gone. The porch stood empty, shadows dancing in the glow of my porch lights. I sighed deeply, shaking my head. Maybe it was just a weird prank after all. Trying to calm my nerves, I switched off the porch lights again and made sure all the curtains were tightly closed. I double-checked the door locks and the windows, something I never did. But tonight, it just felt necessary. I couldn't focus on the movie anymore. Instead, I paced around the house, unease prickling at the back of my neck. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I went to peek out the living room window again. And that's when I saw him. Standing in the middle of my front yard, illuminated only by the distant glow of a street lamp, the kid was staring directly at the window. His posture was stiff, his arms hanging loosely by his sides, the pumpkin bucket discarded on the grass beside him. Even from this distance, his eyes seemed fixed directly on me, piercing through the shadows. I felt a cold dread spread through my chest. Who was this kid? Why wouldn't he leave? I pulled out my phone, debating whether to call someone, the police, and say what a child was standing quietly in my yard. They'd probably think I was crazy or paranoid. I decided to wait it out, hoping he'd get bored, or that his parents would finally show up and take him home. I sat in the darkness of my living room, periodically glancing outside. But every time I looked, the child remained standing there, motionless, eyes fixed firmly on my window, waiting. I sat quietly in the dim living room, trying to convince myself that the kid would eventually get bored and leave. After all, what could he possibly want? I kept glancing out the window every few minutes, hoping each time I'd see nothing but an empty yard. But every time he was still there, standing perfectly still in that old clown costume, his face eerily blank, just staring straight at my window. I could feel a nervous tension rising in my chest. Something about the way he just stood there was deeply unsettling. It wasn't normal. Kids didn't just stand silently in strangers' yards in the middle of the night. The idea that I was being watched so openly was starting to make my skin crawl. But I still couldn't quite bring myself to call the police. What if it was just some kid pulling a stupid prank? Or worse, maybe he had some sort of problem or needed help. Taking a deep breath, I finally decided to step outside again and talk to him. Maybe a firm but calm confrontation was exactly what the situation needed. I stood up slowly, feeling a mix of apprehension and annoyance. Before heading outside, I glanced through the window again. The boy hadn't moved. He was still planted there like a statue. I unlocked the front door, stepping onto the porch carefully, leaving the door slightly ajar behind me in case I needed to quickly duck back inside. The cool night air felt unusually sharp against my skin, and I shivered slightly, unsure whether it was from the temperature or the situation. I took a cautious step toward the edge of the porch, staying in the warm glow of my porch light. "Hey," I called out softly, trying to mask the shakiness in my voice. "Are you okay? It's pretty late, you know. Shouldn't you be heading home?" He didn't answer, didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken. He just stood there, silent and still, watching me with that same blank, emotionless expression. The quiet was oppressive. I felt increasingly exposed, standing alone on my porch in the middle of the night, staring down this kid in his creepy old-fashioned costume. "Listen," I tried again, forcing a friendly tone into my voice. "Do you need me to call someone for you? Your parents, maybe?" Again, no response. The kid didn't move a muscle, didn't blink. He just kept staring. A chill ran through me, stronger now. Every instinct was screaming at me to go back inside, lock the door, and call someone for help. But instead, I stood frozen in place, unable to turn away. Just then, a soft sound broke the silence from somewhere behind me. My heart lurched. I spun around quickly, my eyes scanning the porch and front door, but nothing seemed out of place. The door was still open, exactly as I'd left it. When I turned back around, the boy was gone. For a second, I just stood there, stunned, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The yard was empty now, no sign of the child anywhere. Had he run off when I turned away? I hadn't heard footsteps or seen any movement. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. I quickly stepped back inside the house, locking the door securely behind me this time. My pulse was racing. None of this made sense. I walked back into the living room, still feeling shaken, and sat down heavily on the couch. I glanced at my phone on the table beside me, seriously considering calling the police now. But I hesitated again. What exactly would I tell them? Would they even believe me? After a few minutes, I managed to convince myself again that it had just been a strange prank. Maybe some neighborhood kid was bored, or maybe someone was trying to scare me. It was Halloween after all. Pranks like this probably weren't all that unusual. Still, the unease wouldn't go away. Every creak or small noise the house made seemed amplified now, making my nerves jump. I tried turning on the television again, but couldn't focus on anything. My eyes kept flickering toward the window, half expecting to see the child standing there again. I got up, pacing restlessly around the room. Finally, I went to the kitchen to make some tea, hoping it would calm my nerves. As the kettle boiled, I leaned against the counter, staring absently at the floor tiles, when suddenly I felt a strange sensation, a prickling awareness that someone was watching me again. I slowly turned toward the kitchen window. My blood went cold. The boy was standing outside again, just a few feet from the window, his face almost pressed against the glass. He was staring right at me with the same empty, unblinking expression. Up close, his pale face looked almost ghostly under the dim street lights, and his eyes, dark, hollow, expressionless, pierced through me. My heart slammed against my rib cage, adrenaline rushing through my body, making my hands shake. How had he gotten there so quietly? Why hadn't I heard footsteps or seen movement from the living room windows? Panic surged through me. This wasn't just a prank anymore. Something's very wrong. Without taking my eyes off him, I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911, my voice shaking as I spoke urgently to the dispatcher. Someone is outside my house. A kid, but he's acting strange. He won't speak. He's just standing there watching me. He's been here all night. The dispatcher calmly asked for my address and told me to remain inside, assuring me that a patrol car would be there shortly. I hung up, keeping my eyes fixed on the boy through the window. His gaze didn't waver. He just continued standing there, silently staring back at me through the glass. Minutes stretched on endlessly as I waited for the police to arrive. My heart was pounding so loudly I could barely think. Finally, I saw flashing lights approaching down the street. The sense of relief was overwhelming as two police officers stepped out of their car and walked toward the house. I moved to the front door and opened it quickly, relief flooding me. "He's around back," I said breathlessly, pointing toward the yard. "He's still there." The officers nodded and quickly moved around the side of the house. I followed cautiously behind, heart still racing. But when we reached the backyard, it was empty, no sign of the child anywhere. My heart sank, dread replacing my relief. The officers searched thoroughly, shining flashlights into every corner, but found nothing. They asked me a few polite questions, clearly skeptical but trying to reassure me. After promising they'd keep an eye on the area, they left, leaving me standing alone once again, confused and unsettled. As I walked slowly back inside and locked the door again, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Something told me he'd be back, still watching, still waiting. And next time, maybe no one would come to help. After the police left, the house felt emptier and colder than before. It was strange how quickly silence could shift from comforting to oppressive. Earlier tonight I'd welcomed the quiet, enjoyed the sense of calm. But now, every sound seemed magnified: the creaking of floorboards beneath my feet, the hum of the fridge, even the gentle ticking of the clock on the kitchen wall. Everything seemed to echo unnaturally, keeping me on edge. I tried to reassure myself that everything was fine now, that the kid had probably gotten bored or scared off by the police. But no matter how much I rationalized, an uneasiness lingered at the back of my mind. Something about the entire situation felt unresolved, like the final note of a song left hanging in the air. I kept replaying the kid's blank stare, the bizarre way he had appeared and vanished so quietly. None of it made sense. I poured myself another cup of tea, but my hands were still trembling as I lifted it to my lips. Sitting at the kitchen table, I stared blankly into the darkness of the backyard, half expecting the child to suddenly reappear, standing motionless in the shadows. But there was nothing, just darkness and silence. It was nearing 11 o'clock now, and the street outside seemed entirely deserted. Even the usual distant sounds of cars or occasional voices faded completely. Finally, unable to bear the quiet any longer, I decided to go upstairs and get ready for bed. I checked every lock in the house one more time just to be sure. As I climbed the stairs, each step felt heavier than usual, my anxiety mounting with every creak beneath my feet. I had never been easily frightened, especially not in my own home, but tonight had changed that. Tonight, my home no longer felt safe or familiar, it felt vulnerable. Once upstairs, I entered my bedroom, pulling the curtains closed tightly and switching on every available light. I sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at the phone on my nightstand, debating whether to call someone, a friend, a family member, anyone who might understand or at least offer some comfort. But what would I say? How could I explain this without sounding like I'd lost my mind? Instead, I set my phone down and tried to convince myself everything was fine. Yet sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of that emotionless face appeared in my mind, staring back at me with hollow eyes. After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, I finally got out of bed, too restless to lie there any longer. I paced back and forth, trying to calm my nerves. Eventually, I found myself standing at the window again, hesitantly peering through a gap in the curtains toward the empty street below. My heart stopped. There he was again, the child standing motionless in the middle of the street, facing directly toward my window, the same faded clown costume, pale face expressionless in the glow of the street lamp. How long had he been standing there this time, silently waiting? I stepped away quickly, stumbling backward, heart racing. It felt like he'd known exactly when I would look outside, like he'd timed his appearance perfectly to catch my eye. This wasn't normal, none of it was normal. It wasn't a harmless prank or a lost child. It was intentional, calculated, and deeply unsettling. Hands shaking, I grabbed my phone again. The thought of calling the police crossed my mind, but what good would it do now? They'd already come once and found nothing. Would they believe me again, or would they simply dismiss me as paranoid? Determined to face this myself, I steadied my breathing, mustered up every ounce of courage I had left, and marched downstairs to the front door. I would confront him once and for all, demand to know what he wanted, why he was tormenting me. When I opened the door, though, the street was empty. The boy was nowhere to be seen. The only thing I heard was the quiet rustle of leaves in the breeze. Frustrated, confused, and more unnerved than ever, I stood there on the porch, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Nothing. "Hello," I called out weakly, feeling foolish the moment the word left my lips. The night offered no response, only silence and shadows. Defeated, I turned back inside, locking the door once again. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still nearby, watching, hidden just out of sight. I moved quickly back upstairs, closing myself into my bedroom, determined not to look outside again. The curtains remained tightly drawn, and I switched on the television in an attempt to drown out the silence and distract myself. An old sitcom rerun played softly, but my attention kept drifting. My nerves were completely shot, my body exhausted but unable to relax. Minutes stretched endlessly, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, I checked the clock. It was past midnight now. Officially November 1st. Halloween was over. Yet somehow, that offered little relief. Just as I started to calm down slightly, I heard a soft, almost imperceptible tapping noise. I froze, muting the television, ears straining to pinpoint the source. There it was again, clearer now, coming from downstairs, from the front door. Tap, tap, tap. Someone was knocking, gently and rhythmically, almost politely. My pulse quickened, and a sense of dread crept over me. Slowly, I forced myself out of bed, and quietly made my way downstairs, each step heavier than the last. When I reached the front door, I stood motionless, heart pounding furiously in my chest. I could see the vague outline of someone standing on the porch through the frosted glass window, small and childlike. Swallowing hard, I spoke through the door, barely louder than a whisper. "Please, leave me alone. Just go home. I don't know what you want." Silence followed. Then a voice, soft, emotionless, just a child's whisper. "Open the door." The words chilled me to the core. There was no innocence, no pleading, just a cold, flat command. I pressed my hand against the door, leaning heavily on it for support. "I'm calling the police again," I managed, my voice trembling slightly. Another pause, longer this time, stretching the tension painfully. Then came the reply, quiet but clearly audible. "They won't help you." A sudden wave of nausea surged through me, and I staggered back from the door, breathing rapidly. Panic took over. Without another thought, I sprinted upstairs, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 again, barely coherent as I spoke to the dispatcher. "Please send someone quickly," I begged, my voice cracking. "He's still here. He won't leave me alone. He said the police won't help me." The dispatcher assured me officers were on their way again, advising me to stay calm and remain inside. I curled up in a corner of the bedroom, holding the phone tightly, eyes locked onto the closed door. But deep down, a terrifying certainty had already taken hold. Whoever or whatever that child was, he had no intention of leaving me alone. And somehow, instinctively, I knew he was right about one thing. The police wouldn't be able to help me this time. I sat on the floor, knees tucked tight against my chest, my back pressed firmly against the bedroom wall. I clutched the phone like a lifeline, the soft hum of the dispatcher's calm voice barely audible over my frantic heartbeat. She was reassuring me, promising help was on the way, instructing me to stay inside and remain calm, but her words felt distant, meaningless. I couldn't shake the chilling words the boy had whispered through the door. "They won't help you." My breathing came in shallow bursts as I waited, straining my ears for any sound, a footstep, another knock, anything. But the house had fallen completely silent again, as if holding its breath along with me. Every muscle in my body was tense, ready to spring into action or retreat further into hiding at a moment's notice. I hated feeling this helpless, cornered in my own home by something I couldn't even begin to understand. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the distant sound of a car approaching broke through the oppressive silence. A flicker of hope stirred within me. Through the curtains, the sweep of headlights moved slowly past my window, casting momentary brightness against the walls. I dared to peer outside. Relief surged through me as I saw the familiar shape of the patrol car pulling up in front of my house again, its lights illuminating the empty street. I rose slowly, legs stiff and trembling beneath me, and made my way downstairs toward the front door, clutching my phone tightly the whole way. As I reached for the door handle, my heart raced, terrified that I'd see the boy waiting on the other side. But when I opened it, the porch was empty, bathed in the comforting glow of the patrol car's headlights. 2 officers emerged, their expressions serious but patient as they approached, the same ones as before. They clearly recognized me, their faces a mix of sympathy and mild skepticism. I must have looked terrified, standing there in pajamas with eyes wide and haunted by fear. "He's gone again," I said immediately, feeling my voice shake as I struggled to explain. "He came back, knocked on the door, he even spoke to me. He said the police wouldn't help." The officers glanced briefly at each other before one stepped forward, his voice gentle but clearly cautious. "We understand this is unsettling. We've checked around the property before, but let's take another careful look, okay? Maybe there's something we missed." I nodded quickly, stepping aside to let them into the house. Their presence felt comforting, yet at the same time, I couldn't shake the unease that continued to gnaw at the edges of my mind. I stood in the entryway, watching silently as they methodically walked through each room, their flashlights sweeping corners, closets, and windows. Each second dragged by painfully slow. As they returned downstairs, their expressions unchanged, I already knew the answer before the officer spoke. There's no sign of forced entry or anyone hiding inside. Are you sure there's nobody who might be playing a prank on you, a neighbor, maybe, or someone you know? Frustration and exhaustion surged inside me. How could I explain the chilling certainty that this was something far worse than a simple prank? I live alone, I told them quietly, trying to maintain composure. I don't know anyone who'd do this, and he was just here, minutes ago. He spoke to me through the door. The officer nodded, his eyes sympathetic yet doubtful. We believe you, he assured, even though his tone said otherwise. But without more to go on, all we can really do is keep an eye on things. We'll patrol the neighborhood more frequently tonight. Call us immediately if anything else happens. I thanked them weakly, but as they walked back to their car, my stomach sank. The patrol car pulled away slowly, leaving me alone once again. The street quickly returned to silence, as if the officer's presence had never occurred at all. Standing in the doorway, staring out into the darkness, I felt utterly exposed. I locked the door again, leaning heavily against it as despair washed over me. They thought I was imagining things or exaggerating, and part of me was starting to wonder the same thing. Was this all in my head? Could exhaustion or stress really make someone hallucinate this vividly? But then I remembered his voice, that whisper at the door, so cold and emotionless. They won't help you. Those words had felt far too real to be imagined. Too nervous to sleep or even sit down again, I found myself pacing aimlessly around the living room. Every shadow seemed sinister. Every quiet creak made my heart jump. I was unraveling fast, paranoia clawing at the edges of my mind. The night seemed endless, the hours stretching out painfully, with every passing second heightening my dread. Eventually, I decided I couldn't stay trapped inside like this. If I was going to feel safe again, I needed to confront this directly. Gathering all my courage, I picked up a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, gripping it tightly as if it were a weapon. I stepped outside into the night, heart hammering in my chest. My yard was still and empty, bathed in pale moonlight. I circled the house carefully, shining the flashlight into every dark corner, expecting to find the child lurking there. But there was nothing, no footprints, no marks, nothing to indicate he'd ever been there at all. Feeling both relieved and utterly confused, I made my way to the edge of the property, where my yard met the small wooded area behind my house. It was quiet there, almost peaceful. I shined the beam of my flashlight into the trees, illuminating empty darkness. I almost felt silly now, standing alone outside in the middle of the night, searching for ghosts in the shadows. Just as I was about to turn back toward the house, I heard a faint sound, a soft rustling coming from deeper in the woods. My pulse quickened instantly, my body rigid with fear. "Who's there?" I called out weakly, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence answered at first, then the rustling returned, closer now. I took a step back, panic surging through me. "Stop messing around," I called, louder this time, trying to sound confident despite the tremor in my voice. From the shadows between the trees, a figure slowly emerged. The small boy stepped forward calmly, his pale face illuminated by my flashlight beam. eyes still cold and empty. My breath caught painfully in my throat. "Why are you doing this?" I asked desperately, taking another shaky step backward. "Please, just leave me alone." The boy didn't respond at first. He tilted his head slightly, studying me. When he finally spoke, his voice was flat and eerily calm. "You invited me." I shook my head quickly, confusion and dread gripping me tighter. "What are you talking about? I don't even know you." He stared directly into my eyes, unblinking. "You opened the door. You gave me something. Now I have to give you something back." His words made my skin crawl. I felt trapped, my thoughts spinning wildly. What do you want to give me?" He paused, expression unchanged, before finally speaking again in that same emotionless tone. "Fear." Before I could react, he turned slowly and walked back into the darkness of the trees, leaving me alone, trembling, unable to move. I stood there for what felt like forever, heart pounding, breath ragged, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Eventually, I stumbled back to my house, locking every door behind me, knowing deep down that whatever this child represented was far more terrifying than any Halloween prank could ever be. I stumbled back into the house, slamming the door shut behind me and fumbling desperately with the locks. My breathing was ragged, my pulse roaring in my ears. The encounter outside replayed relentlessly in my mind, the boy's cold eyes, his hollow voice, the chilling certainty in his words. Fear. That single simple word echoed inside my head, sending icy tendrils of dread creeping down my spine. I moved mechanically through the house, flipping on every available light, as if that might somehow keep the darkness and the child at bay. The bright glow from the overhead fixtures felt comforting for a moment, but the sense of security quickly faded as I realized it merely illuminated the emptiness of my home. The familiar rooms suddenly seemed alien and unsafe, shadows lurking in every corner, threatening to move at any second. Exhaustion tugged at my mind, but sleep felt impossible now. How could I possibly close my eyes when that child, whatever he was, might still be out there waiting? How could I ignore the fact that he'd been standing mere feet from me, his eyes emotionless, his presence undeniable? He had come and gone silently, like a shadow, and I couldn't shake the feeling he'd be back, and soon. I sat heavily on the edge of my couch, burying my head in my hands, trying desperately to regain control. My entire body trembled, and every nerve felt frayed to the breaking point. The police had already been here twice. I couldn't call them again. They'd clearly begun to doubt me, to think I was paranoid or losing my grip. Maybe I was. But that child's voice had been real, chillingly real. His threat had felt tangible. The hours passed slowly, agonizingly. I moved restlessly around the house, constantly peering out windows, checking locks, straining my ears for any sound of movement outside. Time became meaningless, measured only by my rising panic and deepening sense of helplessness. Outside, the street remained eerily quiet, a silent testament to the late hour. Eventually, sheer exhaustion overcame my anxiety. My eyes grew heavy, my limbs sluggish, I lay back on the couch, fully intending to rest only for a few minutes, still too frightened to retire to my bedroom. But sleep dragged me under swiftly, mercifully pulling me into a deep, dreamless state. A sudden sound jolted me awake, a sharp tapping noise at the front window. Heart leaping painfully, I sat up quickly, disoriented and terrified. For a split second, I wondered if I'd dreamt the noise, but then it came again, tap, 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 steady and deliberate, like someone gently knocking against the glass with a single finger. My pulse quickened instantly, adrenaline flooding my veins. Slowly, heart hammering, I stood and crept toward the window, keeping my steps light and silent. The curtains were closed tightly, but I knew he was out there, standing inches away, separated from me by only a thin layer of glass and fabric. "Leave me alone," I whispered, voice trembling uncontrollably. I wasn't even sure if he'd hear me, but the tapping abruptly stopped. Silence fell heavily once more, thick and oppressive, leaving me standing frozen in anticipation. Seconds stretched painfully into minutes, each moment increasing the tension until I thought I'd snap. Just when I began to think he'd finally gone away, a voice spoke from outside, soft yet clearly audible, words floating through the still night air to reach my ears. "Open the door, let me in." A shudder tore through me, my legs nearly giving way beneath me. His tone was almost polite, calm, too calm. The familiarity of the phrase filled me with dread. It was the same unsettling request he'd made earlier, only this time it carried an underlying urgency. "No," I said weakly, stepping back further from the window. "Go away. Please, just leave." The response was immediate. "Open the door," he repeated, tone unchanged, unwaveringly patient. "You invited me." Frustration and terror surged within me, warring violently. I hadn't invited him. I'd merely opened my door earlier to hand out candy, nothing more. How could that innocent action have led to this nightmare? This relentless invasion of my life, my home, my sanity. "I didn't invite you," I shouted, voice cracking under the strain. "Please, leave me alone." A long silence followed my outburst, heavy and charged. I strained my ears, breath shallow, every muscle tensed painfully. Just when I began to hope he'd left, his voice returned, softer now, yet somehow infinitely more chilling. "But you did. You opened the door." My blood ran cold, the simple words landing like blows against my resolve. The conviction in his voice made me doubt my own memory, my own actions. Was it possible I'd unknowingly given him permission? Could it truly be that easy to invite something so sinister into your life? Gathering my last remaining shreds of courage, I forced myself forward, reaching out slowly to grasp the edge of the curtain. My hand shook violently, my breath came in rapid gasps, but I knew I had to see him again, to confront whatever this was directly. In one quick movement, I jerked the curtain aside, ready to face him. But the yard was empty. No figure stood outside, no child staring back at me. The porch was quiet, deserted, bathed in moonlight and shadow. My heart stuttered, confusion mingling with relief. Had he run away the moment I'd challenged him, or had he never really been there at all? Suddenly feeling unbearably vulnerable, I turned quickly and moved through the house once again, double-checking every lock, every window. As I reached the back door, my breath caught painfully in my throat. The back door stood slightly ajar. Panic surged instantly, adrenaline flooding my veins. How long had it been open? How had I not noticed sooner? Had he already made his way inside, slipping silently past me in the darkness? I slammed the door shut, locking it frantically, heart pounding wildly. Desperately, I searched every room again, every closet and corner, convinced I'd find him hiding somewhere inside. But the house remained stubbornly empty, devoid of intruders or explanation. As dawn finally began to break outside, pale light creeping through the windows, exhaustion overtook my fear once more. My body felt drained, my mind clouded by fatigue. I collapsed onto the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling, haunted by unanswered questions and relentless paranoia. Was I losing my grip on reality, tormented by imaginary demons brought on by stress and exhaustion? Or had I truly encountered something unnatural, inexplicable, something drawn to me simply because I'd opened my door on Halloween night? Deep down, I knew the answer didn't matter. Real or imagined, this fear had burrowed deep within me, taking root firmly. Whatever I'd let into my home wasn't easily removed. It lingered there, watching from the shadows, whispering promises of terror yet to come. And I was powerless to stop it. The next morning felt surreal, like waking up from a nightmare that stubbornly lingered even in daylight. I opened my eyes slowly, half expecting to see that child standing in my room, but the space around me was mercifully empty. Thin rays of morning sun filtered through the curtains, bathing everything in a muted golden light that felt strangely out of place. Halloween was over, yet somehow the dread that had consumed me the night before remained. It clung to my skin, settled into my bones, refusing to dissipate. I got up slowly, every movement sluggish and heavy, my head pounding from lack of sleep. The events of the night replayed in my mind over and over: the child's empty eyes, the haunting voice, the open back door. Each memory brought a fresh surge of anxiety, tightening my chest until it became difficult to breathe. My own home had become unfamiliar and unsafe overnight, and I had no idea how to reclaim it. With daylight came a sliver of clarity. Maybe I needed to leave for a while, clear my head, talk to someone. Anything to break this relentless cycle of fear. I grabbed my phone, scrolling through contacts until I settled on my friend, Mark. We weren't particularly close anymore, but he lived nearby, and maybe talking to someone familiar could ground me, help me process whatever was happening. He answered after 3 rings, his voice sleepy and slightly confused. "Hello?" "Hey, Mark," I began, trying to sound casual despite my nerves. "Sorry to call so early, but I'm having kind of a rough time. Can we meet up or something? I really need to get out of this house." There was a brief silence, then his voice softened with concern. "Of course, man. Are you okay? You sound pretty shaken." "Honestly? No," I admitted, my voice trembling slightly. "Something really weird happened last night. I need to talk to someone. I think I might be losing it." "I'll meet you at the cafe on 3rd Street in 20 minutes, he said decisively. "Just hang tight, all right? We'll talk through it." Grateful for his willingness to help, I quickly got dressed and stepped outside, locking the door behind me with a renewed sense of caution. The morning air felt crisp and refreshing, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere inside my home. The streets were quiet but comforting, filled with normalcy and routine, people heading to work, dogs being walked, cars driving past. It felt almost surreal that life was continuing as usual after everything I'd experienced. When I arrived at the cafe, Mark was already waiting at a table near the window, sipping coffee and looking concerned. He stood as I approached, offering a reassuring smile that didn't quite mask his worry. "Hey," he greeted me warmly, gesturing for me to sit. "You look like hell. What's going on?" I sank into the chair, sighing heavily as the weight of the past night finally spilled out of me. I told him everything: the strange boy in the clown costume, the repeated appearances, the open door, the chilling whispers. By the time I finished, Mark was watching me with a mix of confusion and disbelief. "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" I asked quietly, feeling foolish now that the story hung between us. "No, I don't think you're crazy," he said carefully, shaking his head. "But are you sure someone isn't just messing with you? Kids play pranks all the time, especially around Halloween." "I considered that," I said quickly, frustration edging into my voice. But this felt different, like he knew exactly how to scare me, like he wanted something specific. It wasn't a prank, it felt personal. Mark sighed, clearly unsure how to respond. "Have you thought about staying somewhere else for a few days? Maybe just to clear your head and get some rest?" I nodded slowly. It wasn't a bad suggestion. The thought of returning home, even in daylight, made my stomach twist into knots. Maybe some time away would help me figure out what was going on. Mark offered to let me crash at his place, but I politely declined. The idea of burdening him with whatever was following me didn't feel right. Instead, I decided I'd check into a nearby hotel somewhere anonymous, somewhere I could rest without constantly looking over my shoulder. After finishing our coffee, I thanked Mark for listening and promised to keep in touch. As I walked back home to grab a few belongings, anxiety crept back into my chest, tightening painfully with each step. My house looked harmless enough in daylight, but the memory of last night lingered, tainting everything. Inside, I packed quickly, tossing clothes and essentials haphazardly into a bag. As I zipped it closed, I noticed something strange, a small object lying on the floor beside the couch. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized it immediately. A single wrapped piece of candy from the bowl I'd handed out to trick-or-treaters. I was certain I hadn't dropped any candy there. A sudden wave of nausea washed over me as I picked it up. turning it slowly between trembling fingers. Had the child been inside after all? Was this his way of telling me he could reach me any time he wanted? Panicked, I dropped the candy into the trash and hurried from the house, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I locked the door behind me, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever had invaded my home. The hotel was bland and anonymous, exactly what I needed. My room was small, sparsely furnished, but it felt safer than my house. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and collapsed onto the bed, suddenly exhausted beyond reason. Sleep overtook me quickly, deep and mercifully free of dreams. But the peace didn't last long. I woke suddenly in darkness, heart pounding. For a moment, disorientation gripped me. I wasn't home. I was in a hotel room. Something had woken me. But what? Then I heard it, a soft, persistent knocking at my door. My blood turned to ice as I sat up slowly, staring at the dark outline of the door. The knocking continued, gentle and rhythmic, exactly the same as the tapping on my window the night before. I rose carefully, legs trembling as I approached the door, heart thundering painfully in my chest. Through the peephole, the hallway was empty, no sign of anyone. But the knocking continued steadily, insistently, despite the fact that nobody was there. I stepped back quickly, terror overtaking me completely. He had followed me. Somehow, impossibly, he knew exactly where I was. A whisper drifted through the crack beneath the door, chilling me to my bones. "You can't hide. You invited me." I stumbled backward, collapsing onto the bed, panic blurring my vision. I finally understood. Whatever this thing was, whatever I had unknowingly invited into my life, it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't leave me alone, no matter where I went or how far I ran. It had claimed me, marked me, and now there was nowhere left to hide. I sat there, trembling on the edge of the hotel bed, staring blankly at the door. Every muscle in my body was tense, my mind racing desperately for some kind of rational explanation. How was this possible? How could anyone have known where I went? It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. The knocking had stopped, but the echo of the child's voice still rang in my ears, soft and insistent. "You can't hide." "You invited me." Those words kept repeating themselves over and over, an endless loop of dread. For a moment, I considered opening the door, confronting him directly. But fear kept me rooted in place, paralyzed by uncertainty and confusion. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, I forced myself to stand. My legs felt weak beneath me as I approached the door, pressing my eye to the peephole again. Still, nothing but an empty hallway stretched out before me, silent and perfectly still. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I cautiously unlocked and opened the door, stepping out slowly into the corridor. There was nobody there, just the distant hum of vending machines and muted sounds from other rooms. I walked a few paces down the hall, glancing nervously in every direction. Nothing seemed out of place. A hotel employee, tired-looking woman pushing a cleaning cart passed by, giving me a curious look. "Is everything all right?" she asked hesitantly, probably noticing my pale, shaken expression. "I'm sorry," I stammered, feeling foolish now. "Did you happen to see a kid around here just now? Maybe in a costume?" She shook her head slowly, eyeing me with concern. "No, I haven't seen anyone. Are you okay?" I hesitated, then nodded quickly, embarrassment flooding my face. "Yeah, sorry. Just had a nightmare or something, I guess." She smiled sympathetically, continuing on her way, clearly dismissing my strange behavior as nothing more than an overreaction. I returned to my room and shut the door, locking it carefully behind me. For the rest of the night, I sat awake, lights on, too afraid to sleep or even close my eyes for more than a few seconds. By morning, I felt completely drained mentally, physically, emotionally. The sun streaming through the thin curtains felt too bright, too cheerful, utterly at odds with the lingering fear inside me. Still, I knew I couldn't hide in this hotel room forever. Whatever was happening, I had to face it directly, find a way to end it. I checked out of the hotel quickly, avoiding eye contact with the clerk, certain he could sense my discomfort. Driving home felt surreal, every mile bringing me closer to the place where this nightmare had begun. But deep down, I knew I couldn't run anymore. Whatever I'd unwittingly invited into my life had to be confronted directly. As I pulled into my driveway, the house looked deceptively normal in the sunlight, as if none of the previous night's events had happened at all. I stepped inside cautiously, tension gripping me once more. But the house was empty, quiet, and felt oddly neutral, almost as if whatever presence had been there before was temporarily gone. Determined now, I spent the next few hours checking every corner of my home, double-locking windows and doors, even installing new locks I'd picked up on the drive home. I didn't know if any of this would help, but it made me feel marginally better. Eventually, I sat down at the kitchen table, exhausted but strangely calm. My phone buzzed quietly beside me, a text from Mark. "Hey, how are you holding up? Need anything?" I considered ignoring him, but isolation had clearly done me no favors. I replied honestly, "I'm struggling, to be honest. Would you mind coming by later? I just don't want to be alone right now." His reply was immediate and reassuring. "Absolutely. I'll be there tonight. Hang in there." The day passed slowly, but without incident. By evening, I started feeling cautiously optimistic, wondering if perhaps the worst was finally behind me. Maybe, somehow, I'd weathered this strange, terrifying experience, and now it was over. When Mark arrived, I welcomed him inside gratefully. His familiar presence was a comfort, his easygoing demeanor a stark contrast to my lingering tension. We sat in the living room, talking quietly at first about trivial things, sports, movies, anything to avoid mentioning the real reason I'd asked him to come over. Eventually, though, Mark broached the subject gently. "So, have you seen or heard anything else? Since yesterday, I mean?" I shook my head slowly. "No, nothing since the hotel. Maybe it's finally stopped." He nodded thoughtfully. clearly unsure what to say next. Look, I've been thinking about this a lot. Maybe this whole thing has been triggered by stress. You've been isolated a lot lately, haven't you? With work and everything. I sighed heavily, considering his words carefully. He wasn't wrong. I had been under tremendous stress lately, working long hours from home, barely speaking to anyone besides coworkers over Zoom. Maybe that isolation, combined with the anxiety of Halloween night, had simply caused some kind of psychological episode. It made more sense than the alternative anyway. You might be right, I admitted quietly. I think I let myself get overwhelmed. I was probably seeing things that weren't there, hearing things too. Mark smiled reassuringly, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. It happens, man. You just need rest and a break from this place for a while. Why don't you come stay at my place for a few days? Just until you feel safe again. I hesitated briefly, then agreed. Leaving my home felt strange, but maybe it was exactly what I needed to regain perspective, to finally break free from this nightmare. After packing a few essentials, I followed Mark outside to his car. The evening was cool, the neighborhood quiet, the tension in my chest finally starting to ease slightly. As Mark loaded my bag into the trunk, I turned to look back at my house one last time. My breath caught in my throat. Standing at the end of my driveway, illuminated faintly by a nearby street lamp, was the child. He stood completely still, watching silently, his expression unchanged, pale, emotionless, disturbingly calm. Mark noticed me freeze and turned quickly, eyes widening slightly in surprise. "What's wrong?" "Do you see him?" I asked urgently, heart racing once more. "The kid right there in the clown costume?" Mark glanced where I pointed, brow furrowing slightly in confusion. "I don't see anyone, man. Are you sure?" I blinked hard, staring again. The child was still there, unmoving, eyes locked firmly onto mine. But as Mark walked forward, stepping directly into the path of the streetlight, the boy vanished abruptly, leaving no trace behind. I stood there, stunned, understanding finally dawning on me. Mark genuinely hadn't seen him, only I had. "It's nothing," I said finally, forcing a smile. "You're right, I'm just tired." We drove away in silence, the realization heavy in my chest. Whatever I'd seen, whatever I'd experienced, had been real only to me, a manifestation of my own fears, stress, loneliness. I'd unintentionally created this nightmare, fed it with my anxiety, my panic. At Mark's place, I finally managed a restful night's sleep, the first in days. Over the following weeks, I slowly pieced myself back together, seeking help from a therapist, reconnecting with friends, distancing myself from the isolation I'd unintentionally fallen into. I never saw the child again after that night, but I didn't forget him. The fear he'd represented, the darkness he'd brought out in me, had changed me fundamentally. Halloween became a night I avoided, the memories too vivid, the wounds too fresh. But eventually, with time and support, I learned to let go of the fear, to reclaim my life. I learned to leave the shadows of the past behind, accepting finally that the only true monster I'd ever faced had been myself. I've had sleep paralysis since I was a teenager. If you've never had it, count yourself lucky. It's like waking up trapped inside your own body, your brain flickering between dreams and reality, while something, usually something awful, stands over you. Some people see shadowy figures, old hags, even demons sitting on their chests. Me, I have the shadow man. I don't know if man is even the right word. He doesn't have a face or clothes or anything resembling a person except for his shape. Just a tall, thin silhouette standing in the same spot every time, near the corner of my room, head slightly tilted like he's studying me. He never moves, never speaks, just watches. I used to be terrified, but after so many years of the same thing, I learned to live with it. He became routine, until last night. I woke up to that familiar, suffocating stillness. My chest felt heavy, my limbs useless. The dim glow of my alarm clock bathed my room in weak red light. 3:12 a.m. I already knew what I'd see before my eyes even adjusted. Him. Same place, same posture, but something was off. He wasn't looking at me. For the first time in my life, the shadow figure wasn't watching me sleep. His head was turned, body rigid, facing the doorway. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe, too loud. But my mind was screaming. Why wasn't he looking at me? What was in the doorway? At first, I couldn't see anything. The darkness beyond my bedroom stretched into the hallway, black and depthless. But as my vision adjusted, I noticed something subtle, just barely visible against the faint hallway light. The shadows there weren't right. It was like the darkness itself was shifting, moving, not like a person standing in the dark, more like the shadows were alive, pulsing. And my shadow man, my sleep paralysis demon, was afraid of it. I've never seen him move before, but last night, I swear I saw his posture change. He tensed, his head tilted further, and his entire body seemed smaller, almost like he was shrinking away from whatever was in the hall. I don't know how long I laid there, unable to move, forced to watch as this silent battle played out between two unseen forces. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to scream. But my body was locked, helpless, while the unnatural thing at my doorway loomed closer. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it was over. The shadow at the doorway receded, melting back into the darkness beyond my room. My shadow man remained frozen for a few more seconds. Then, in a blink, he was gone too. When I could finally move again, I bolted upright, gasping for air. My body ached like I'd been holding my breath the entire time. I flicked on my bedside lamp, heart slamming against my ribs. The room was empty. The hallway was still. But something about the air felt wrong. You know how a room feels when someone was just there? That faint warmth, the subtle shift in energy. That's how it felt. Except I knew that neither of them were people. I barely slept after that. Every sound, every creak of my old apartment sent me into a panic. It's been nearly 24 hours now, and I still can't shake the feeling that something changed last night. My sleep paralysis demon has always been the scariest thing in my world, but if even he's afraid of something, what the hell does that mean for me? I didn't go back to sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I shut my eyes, I pictured the way my sleep paralysis demon had looked, rigid, staring at the doorway like something worse had entered my space. The way the shadows in the hall had shifted, not like a person, but something bigger, something wrong. I left every light on until morning. Even then, I hesitated to step into the hallway. It was ridiculous, I knew that. My rational brain told me it was just a sleep paralysis episode gone wrong, maybe a trick of the light, but my gut was screaming at me to get the hell out. Still, life goes on. I had work, responsibilities. I couldn't just sit in my apartment, terrified of my own doorway. So I showered, got dressed, and did my best to ignore the unease coiling in my stomach. I live alone in a small one-bedroom apartment. It's nothing fancy, just a third-floor unit in an older building. The walls are thin, And I can hear my neighbors talking through the vents sometimes, but it's home, at least it used to be. That day at work, I could barely focus. I kept replaying the night in my head, searching for some logical explanation. Maybe I was just overtired. Maybe I'd fallen into a weird half-dream state where my mind conjured something new. But none of that explained the way my body had reacted. Like every instinct I had was screaming that something had changed. I tried telling myself it was nothing, that I'd get home, go to sleep, and things would go back to normal. But as soon as I stepped into my apartment that evening, I knew that wasn't going to happen. Something was off. At first I couldn't put my finger on it. The air smelled the same, the lights were still on from that morning. Nothing looked out of place. But the second I shut the door behind me, I felt it. That same charged stillness from the night before, like the room was waiting for something. I went about my night as usual, trying to shake the feeling. I made dinner, put on a show in the background, scrolled through my phone. But no matter how much I distracted myself, I kept catching myself looking at the hallway. By midnight I was exhausted, but the idea of turning off the lights made my skin crawl. I ended up leaving my bedside lamp on when I finally climbed into bed, telling myself that everything would be fine. I woke up to paralysis again. The clock read 3:08 a.m., 4 minutes earlier than the night before. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes adjusted to the dim glow of my lamp. I didn't want to look. I did not want to look, but I had to. The shadow man was there. Same spot, same posture, except this time he was already facing the doorway. My stomach dropped. My muscles strained against the invisible force holding me down, but I was locked in place. Then I saw it. The shadows in the hallway were moving again. At first it was subtle, a ripple, a shift. But then it stepped inside. I didn't know what I was looking at. It wasn't like my sleep paralysis demon, which had a defined shape even if it was unnatural. This thing was formless, like a mass of darkness bleeding into the air itself. And the second it entered my room, my shadow man, the same entity that had haunted me for years without fear, took a step back. I've never seen him move before, not once. But now he was retreating. And then, for the first time in my life, I heard something. A sound, so low and distorted I couldn't tell if it was real or in my head. Not a voice, not exactly. More like a deep, rumbling vibration, as if the air itself was growling. The darkness at the doorway pulsed, spreading outward like ink in water. My shadow man backed away further, head tilting down slightly, almost as if he was bowing. And that was the moment I knew he wasn't the predator in this situation. He was prey. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might stop. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to move, to run, to wake up, but I was frozen. I couldn't do anything except watch as the formless shadow expanded, creeping forward in slow, deliberate motions. It was coming toward me. The weight on my chest grew heavier, like something was pressing down on me from all sides. The rumbling sound grew louder, vibrating in my bones. The air itself felt thick, suffocating. My vision blurred at the edges, and for a split second I swore I could see something within the darkness, something shifting, twisting, changing shape too fast to comprehend. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The formless shadow recoiled, retreating back toward the hallway. My shadow man didn't move, didn't react. He just stood there watching until the darkness fully disappeared into the hallway. Silence. I could move again. I gasped for air, rolling onto my side, body shaking with the force of my own heartbeat. The room was empty. The doorway was just a doorway again. But the feeling lingered, the absolute certainty that something had been in my room, something that didn't belong. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I didn't even stay in my bedroom. I spent the next few hours sitting on my couch, every light on, trying to make sense of what happened. I always thought sleep paralysis was just a trick of the mind, that the shadow figure in my room was just a byproduct of my brain, messing up the transition between sleep and wakefulness. But now I'm not so sure. Because if my shadow man is just a hallucination, just a glitch of my sleeping brain, Then what the hell was he afraid of? I didn't go back to my bedroom after that night. I couldn't. The moment I stepped out of bed, something in me just knew. I wasn't supposed to sleep in there again. I tried to push through it. I really did. I forced myself to sit in my room the next day with the door wide open, staring at the empty hallway, trying to prove to myself that it was all just sleep paralysis, that it wasn't real. But it was. That night I slept on my couch with every light on. No paralysis, no shadow figures, nothing. Just an uneasy feeling lingering under my skin, like something was watching. I told myself it would pass, that the fear would fade, and I'd go back to my normal life, but the third night came and the feeling only got worse. It wasn't just paranoia. My apartment felt different. I don't know how to explain it, but when you live in a place long enough, you just know it's rhythm. The way the air feels when you walk in, the familiar hum of your appliances, the way light moves through the rooms at different times of the day. Everything felt off now. The air was heavier, thicker. The silence wasn't just silence, it was loaded, like the entire apartment was holding its breath. And the worst part? I stopped seeing my shadow man. I should have been relieved, right? The figure that had haunted me for years was gone. But somehow that only made it worse. Because if he was really just a product of my mind, if he was just another sleep paralysis hallucination, why did his absence feel so wrong? By the fifth night, I was on the verge of a breakdown. I hadn't been sleeping much, and when I did, it was light and restless, my body constantly on edge. Every time I closed my eyes, I expected to wake up paralyzed again, staring at something worse than before. I needed to get out of there. I packed a bag that morning and left. I didn't even have a real plan. I just knew I couldn't stay. I called out of work, drove 2 towns over, and checked into a cheap motel for the night. It wasn't great, but the moment I stepped inside, I felt like I could breathe again. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. No paralysis, no shadows, just deep, dreamless sleep. But when I woke up the next morning, my stomach dropped. My car key, the spare one I never used, the one I kept in the little dish by my apartment door, was sitting on the motel nightstand. I know I didn't bring it with me. I checked my bag twice before leaving. The key hadn't been there, but somehow it was here now. I packed up and left immediately. I don't know what I was expecting when I got back to my apartment, but the second I walked in, I felt it. It was worse now. The air was heavy, suffocating. The lights felt dimmer even though I'd left them all on. My stomach churned as I stepped inside, and when I turned to shut the door, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The floor by the doorway, the exact spot where my shadow man had always stood, was covered in dust. Not a little. A thick layer, like nothing had been there in years. I couldn't breathe. I backed away, my mind racing. The figure that had watched me sleep for years, the one I'd seen just days ago, had left no trace, like he had never really been there at all. I slept at a friend's place that night. I didn't tell them everything, just that I was feeling weird about my apartment, that I needed a break. They didn't ask too many questions, thankfully. The next day, I broke my lease. I didn't care about the penalties, didn't care that I had to forfeit my security deposit. I packed my essentials, shoved the rest of my belongings into a storage unit, and found a temporary rental on the other side of the city. I didn't step foot in that apartment again. I still don't know what happened to me in those last few nights there. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe the stress and exhaustion from years of sleep paralysis had finally gotten to me. Maybe my brain had created something so terrifying, so fundamentally wrong, that it made the demon I had lived with for years run away. Or maybe it wasn't just in my head. I think about that last night a lot. The moment when my shadow man stepped back, the way he almost bowed, like he recognized whatever was at the door, like he knew he was powerless against it, and if something that had haunted me for years was afraid of what came next. I don't know why we let Eric talk us into this. Looking back, there were little signs, things I brushed off because we'd been friends for so long. I trusted him. Maybe that was my mistake. There were 5 of us: me, Eric, Ryan, Kyle, and Jason. We'd been planning this hiking trip for weeks. Just a simple weekend out in the mountains, good views, some beers by the fire, nothing crazy. We'd done trips like this before, but this time, Eric had picked the spot. "This trail's barely known," he said, when we met up in the parking lot that morning. No crowds, no screaming kids, just pure wilderness. I should have paid more attention to how excited he seemed. The first few hours were normal. The air was crisp, the trees thick and green, sunlight breaking through the branches in golden patches. The trail itself was well worn but empty, and for a while it was perfect, just us, the crunch of dirt under our boots, the occasional bird call. Ryan and Kyle walked up ahead, cracking jokes about how every hiking trip turns into a deep conversation about life by the second day. Jason stuck with me, adjusting the straps of his pack every few minutes. Eric led the way. It was after lunch when he suggested the shortcut. We'd stopped by a small clearing to rest, passing around granola bars and water bottles. The official trail curved to the right, winding down a steep slope before disappearing into the trees. That's when Eric pointed to something barely visible through the woods, a narrow, unmarked path cutting straight ahead. "Way faster," he said. "Shaves like 2 hours off the trip." I frowned. "How do you know that?" "I've done this trail before," he said casually. "A while back. This connects to the main route just past the river." Ryan looked skeptical. "If it's faster, why isn't it on the map?" Eric shrugged. "Probably not maintained, but it's fine. I wouldn't take us anywhere sketchy." That was the thing about Eric. He had this way of making anything sound reasonable. I'd known him since high school, and he'd always been like that, persuasive, confident. The kind of guy who could talk you into climbing a fence just to see what was on the other side. We hesitated, but in the end, we followed him. At first, the shortcut didn't seem like a bad idea. The path was narrow, but still walkable, the trees pressing in closer on either side. It was quieter, not even wind in the branches, just the sound of our footsteps. That was the first thing I noticed. The silence. Normally the woods are full of little sounds, birds, insects, leaves rustling. But as we moved deeper, it was like the forest swallowed every noise. The further we went, the heavier the air felt, the more muffled everything became. Kyle must have noticed too, because he made a joke about it. "Feels like we're in one of those horror movies," he said, "where they take a random shortcut and then never come back." Ryan snorted. "Yeah, except instead of a psycho in a mask, we'd probably just get eaten by a bear." But Jason Hay wasn't laughing. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered. I agreed with him, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be the one to make a big deal out of nothing. And besides, Eric seemed completely fine walking ahead, casual as ever, like he'd done this 100 times before. Then we saw the first carving. It was small, just a symbol, cut deep into the bark of a tree. 3 overlapping circles, perfectly symmetrical. At first, I thought it was some hiker's attempt at leaving a marker, but then I saw another. And another. Within 5 minutes, we'd passed at least 10 of them, all spaced out along the trees, the same shape, carved with the same precision. Kyle slowed down, running his fingers over one. What the hell is this? Probably just some locals messing around, Eric said. Jason shook his head. These look old. Ryan crouched by a fallen log, brushing dirt off something. They're on the ground, too. I looked down. Sure enough, there were more carvings etched into rocks, burned into fallen branches. It was weird, really weird. Let's just keep moving, Eric said. I should have argued. I should have told him we needed to turn around, that this wasn't normal. But I didn't. I told myself it was nothing, just some weird hiker tradition we didn't know about. So we kept going. By late afternoon, the sky started to shift, the light turning that soft golden color that meant we needed to find a place to set up camp soon. We should get back to the main trail, Jason said. Almost there, Eric replied. Just a little further. We hiked another half hour, then an hour. The main trail never appeared. By the time we stopped, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, stretching long shadows across the ground. We should have hit the river by now, Ryan said, his voice tight. Eric hesitated, but only for a second. We must have veered off a bit. No big deal. We'll find it tomorrow. No big deal, Jason snapped. We've been walking for hours, man. If this was really a shortcut, we should be at camp right now. Eric sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Look, I miscalculated. We'll figure it out in the morning. It was a bullshit answer, and we all knew it. But arguing wouldn't help, not when it was getting dark. We set up camp in a small clearing. Nobody talked much. Ryan and Kyle gathered firewood while Jason sat on a log, staring off into the trees like he was waiting for something to move. I kept thinking about those symbols. I told myself they were meaningless, just random carvings. But deep down, I didn't believe that. And as the fire crackled and the shadows stretched longer around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone out here. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, disoriented, my face half buried in my sleeping bag. The fire had burned low, just glowing embers now, and for a second, I didn't know what had woken me. Then I noticed it. The silence. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant chirp of crickets, nothing. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring, like your brain is trying to fill in the absence of sound. It was the same unnatural quiet we'd noticed on the trail, but now it felt even heavier, pressing in on my skull like a dull headache. I sat up slowly, looking around. The others were still sleeping, Ryan curled up with his jacket over his face, Kyle halfway out of his bag, one arm draped over his pack. Jason wasn't in his sleeping bag. My stomach clenched. I turned my head, scanning the camp, and there he was sitting on a log near the fire, staring into the dark woods. Jason, my voice was hoarse. He didn't move at first, just sat there, motionless. Then finally, he turned his head slightly, like he'd only just realized I was awake. Couldn't sleep, he muttered. I got up, my legs stiff from hiking all day. The cold hit me immediately, sharper than before, like the temperature had dropped way more than it should have. I pulled my hoodie tighter around me and walked over, sitting down next to him. "You hear that?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He just nodded, his eyes still fixed on the tree line. It was starting to freak me out. I followed his gaze, squinting into the darkness. Nothing. just the thick wall of trees, barely visible in the dim light of the embers. "Feels like the whole forest is holding its breath," he said finally. I didn't know what to say to that. He was right. For a while we just sat there, both of us staring out into the woods, listening to the silence. Then, somewhere in the distance, a snap, like a branch breaking underfoot. I stiffened. Jason heard it too. He sat up straighter, shoulders tensing. Another snap, closer this time. We weren't alone. I reached over and nudged Ryan, whispering his name. He groaned, half asleep, but when I nudged him again, he finally stirred. "What?" he mumbled. I put a finger to my lips. "Listen." For a moment, there was nothing, just that awful, suffocating silence. Then, crunch. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps. Ryan shot up, instantly awake now. He looked at me, then at Jason, then toward the sound. Kyle stirred next, muttering something about being cold, but before he could fully wake up, another sound cut through the stillness. A whisper. I swear to God, it was a whisper, too low to make out the words, but it came from just beyond the trees. My breath caught in my throat. Jason was already reaching for his flashlight. He clicked it on and aimed the beam into the woods. Nothing. Just trees, stretching endlessly into the black. He swept the light left, then right. Still nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just moved just out of range of the light, slipping deeper into the dark. Ryan cursed under his breath. Probably an animal. "No," Jason said. His voice was dead serious. That was a voice. Ryan started to argue, but then the whisper came again. This time, it was on the other side of camp. Closer. Kyle sat up fast. What the hell was that? No one answered. We were all frozen. Eric, who had been sleeping deeper than anyone, finally stirred. "What's going on?" "Shh," I hissed. For a few seconds everything was still. Then, from somewhere out in the trees, a low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the leaves. That was it. I grabbed my boots, yanking them on as fast as I could. Jason was already standing, gripping his flashlight so tightly his knuckles were white. Ryan looked around wildly, like he was trying to decide if this was some kind of elaborate prank. Eric, though, he just sat there, completely calm. That's when I noticed something. He wasn't scared. Not like the rest of us. In fact, he almost looked expectant, like he'd been waiting for this. I swallowed hard. "We need to leave, now." Ryan nodded. "Screw this. I'm not sticking around to find out what that was." But Eric, he just sighed, rubbing his hands together like we'd just told him something mildly annoying, like he knew we were going to say that. "Relax," he said. "You guys are overreacting." I stared at him. "Did you not hear that?" "It's the woods, man. Sounds carry weird. Probably just an echo." Jason turned to him. "Then why the hell was it on both sides of us?" Eric didn't answer. That was when Kyle grabbed his pack. "Nope, I'm out." He was up and moving before anyone could stop him, stepping toward the path we'd come from. And that's when we saw it. The carvings. I don't know how we didn't notice before. Maybe we were too tired, too distracted, but now that we were looking, they were everywhere. All around our campsite, more symbols had been carved into the trees. Not just the 3 circles we'd seen earlier. New ones, different ones. I couldn't breathe. They hadn't been there when we set up camp. I was sure of it. But now, as the firelight flickered, they seemed to glow the fresh cuts in the bark stark against the blackened trunks. Ryan took a step back. Tell me someone did this before we got here. No one answered. Because we all knew the truth. Someone or something had done this while we were sleeping. Kyle turned back to us. We're leaving, right now. Eric exhaled sharply, standing up. Guys, calm down. His voice was steady, but I saw it just for a second. A flicker of something in his eyes. Not fear, not confusion. Annoyance. Like we were ruining something for him. And that was the moment I knew Eric hadn't just picked this trail at random. He knew. He knew about the carvings. He knew about the silence. He knew about whatever was out there. And he brought us here anyway. I don't know if it was the carvings or the whispers in the dark, but something finally snapped in Ryan. We're leaving, he said, right now. He was already stuffing his sleeping bag into his pack, moving fast. Kyle was right behind him. Jason didn't even argue, was rolling up his mat, shoving gear into his bag like his life depended on it. And then there was Eric. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching us like we were a bunch of kids throwing a tantrum. You guys are being ridiculous. I stopped, glaring at him. Are you serious? Eric sighed. Yeah, I am. Think about it for 2 seconds. If something was out there, wouldn't we have seen it by now? You're all freaking out over some weird echoes and a couple of old carvings. I felt my stomach twist. That tone, that calm, dismissive way he was talking. Like he was trying to keep us here. Kyle pulled his straps tight. I don't care, man. I'm not spending another night in these woods. Jason was already grabbing his flashlight. We backtrack, find the trail, get the hell out. Ryan turned to me. You coming? I nodded, throwing my pack over my shoulders. I didn't know where we were going, but I knew one thing: I wasn't staying in that clearing. Eric just stood there. For a second, I thought he was going to let us go, that he'd give up and follow, realize he wasn't going to talk us out of it. But then he exhaled sharply, shook his head, and muttered something under his breath. Something that sounded like, "They never make it easy." My blood turned cold. What did you just say? I asked. Eric didn't answer. He just looked up, and I swear to God, I saw pity in his eyes. Then behind us, the sound of branches breaking. Not a snap, not a single step. A full-body crash. Like something huge was moving through the trees. Kyle swung his flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating nothing but shifting branches and empty space. Then the whispering started again. But this time, it wasn't distant. It was close. Jason grabbed my arm. Go. And just like that, we ran. We didn't check the map. We didn't even think. We just picked a direction and sprinted, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping against our arms and faces. Behind us, I heard Eric call out. Not panicked, not scared, just annoyed. Guys, come on. Like we were ruining his night. I didn't look back. We kept running until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were about to give out. The ground sloped down beneath us, steep and uneven, and at some point, Kyle tripped, tumbling forward with a curse. Ryan hauled him up, and we kept moving. The whispering followed us. It was everywhere. On both sides, behind us, threading through the trees like 100 voices overlapping, words we couldn't understand. Then Jason stopped. I almost crashed into him. What the hell? He turned, his face pale. Where's Ryan? I whipped around. Ryan had been right behind us. I was sure of it. But now he was gone. My heart slammed against my ribs. Ryan. The forest swallowed my voice. Jason took a step forward, shining his flashlight through the trees. The beam shook in his hand. Then we heard it. Ryan's voice. But it was wrong. Too flat, too calm. Guys, over here. I turned to Jason. His jaw was clenched so tight I thought his teeth might break. That's not him, he whispered. The light flickered over the trees, searching, searching. Then Jason grabbed my arm and bolted. I didn't ask. I didn't hesitate. I just ran. The whispering surged around us, rising, growing into something almost like laughter. And then, the trees ended. We burst into an open clearing, our momentum nearly sending us tumbling forward. I braced myself, gasping for air. Jason spun, pointing his flashlight back toward the tree line. Empty. Nothing moved, no sound. The whispering had stopped. For a few seconds, all we could hear was our own ragged breathing. Then Kyle spoke, his voice shaking. Where's Ryan? I swallowed, trying to catch my breath. I don't know. Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the clearing. We have to go back for him. Kyle hesitated. His hands were clenched into fists. That thing, it sounded like him. None of us wanted to say what we were all thinking. That maybe it was him. That maybe it wasn't. Jason took a deep breath. We'll find him. We just need to. A branch snapped. This time, it wasn't behind us. It was in front of us. Kyle swung the flashlight toward the sound. And Eric stepped into the beam. He looked perfectly fine. No scratches, no dirt, no sign that he had just chased after us through the woods. He tilted his head slightly, like he was studying us. Then he smiled. You guys should have stayed at camp. No breathless questions. No asking where Ryan was. Just that. Kyle took a step back. Where is he? Eric sighed. Relax. He's safe. Something in his tone made my stomach lurch. Kyle's breathing turned ragged. Safe where? Eric exhaled, shaking his head like we were the ones acting crazy. Then he turned and started walking not back toward the trees, but deeper into the clearing. Like he expected us to follow. Jason grabbed my wrist. He didn't say anything, but I knew what he was thinking. This was wrong. All of it. And yet, I didn't know what else to do. So, Against every instinct screaming at me to run the other way, we followed Eric into the dark. I don't know why we followed him. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was the desperate hope that he really did know where Ryan was. But part of me thinks it was something else. Something we couldn't control. The way Eric walked calm, steady, confident, it was like he knew we wouldn't run. Like he knew we couldn't. The clearing was small, but beyond it, the ground sloped downward into a denser part of the forest. The trees were taller here, their branches heavy, thick enough to block out what little moonlight there was. The deeper we went, the colder it got. Kyle was the first to speak. "This is wrong." His voice was unsteady, but Eric didn't even acknowledge him. He just kept walking, hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket like this was a casual stroll. Jason grabbed my sleeve, voice low. "He knows something." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. We both knew it was true. Then Eric slowed. We were at the edge of another small clearing, this one different. At first I couldn't tell what was off about it. Then I saw the trees. They weren't just old, they were scarred. More carvings, but not like before. These ones were deeper, rougher, like whoever had made them hadn't just cut into the bark, but gouged it out in a frenzy. Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the symbols with the flashlight. They weren't just circles anymore. They were faces. Rough, misshapen faces, their mouths open in silent screams. I swallowed hard. "What is this?" Eric finally stopped walking. His back was to us, his posture eerily relaxed, as if he was just stretching his legs after a long drive. Then he spoke. "You guys were never supposed to come here." His voice was quiet, flat. Kyle stiffened. "What?" Eric sighed, running a hand through his hair. I tried to pick a different spot. I really did. But no one else was free this weekend, and he turned to face us. And he was smiling. "You guys were easy." For a moment none of us spoke. Then Jason stepped forward. "Where's Ryan?" Eric's smile didn't change. "He's fine," he said. Or, "Well, he will be, if you listen." Something snapped inside me. I lunged at him. Jason grabbed my arm before I could get too close, but the rage was instant, blinding. I wanted to hurt him. I wanted to wipe that smug look off his face, to shake him until he told me what the hell was going on. Eric didn't even flinch. "You shouldn't be mad at me," he said. "You should be mad at them." I froze. "Them?" Eric nodded toward the trees. Kyle took a slow, shaky step back. "There's no one there." Eric raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" And then, behind him, a whisper. "Too close." Kyle's breathing turned ragged. He swung the flashlight toward the sound, but the light flickered just for a second, and when it steadied, the clearing was still empty. Jason's grip on my arm tightened. "What the hell is happening?" Eric sighed. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. Not a hunting knife, not a switchblade. A small, jagged stone blade. It looked ancient, the edges chipped and uneven, but the point was razor sharp. Kyle swore under his breath. "What the—" "I need one of you to stay." Eric said it so casually, like he was asking someone to grab him a beer. The words didn't register at first. Then Jason spoke, voice dangerously low. "What did you just say?" Eric turned the knife over in his hands, studying the way the firelight reflected off the stone. "They need one," he said, "one to take his place." No one moved. No one breathed. The realization hit all at once. He knew before we even got here. Kyle shook his head, voice shaking. "You're joking." Eric smiled again. But it wasn't his smile. It wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, too stretched, too wrong. Behind him, the whispering started again, louder now, closer. I took a step back. Jason and Kyle did too, the three of us moving together, instinctively putting space between us and whatever Eric had become. The whispering swelled into a low, breathless laughter. Then something moved. Not Eric. Behind him. The shadows in the trees twisted a shape, shifting between the branches, too tall, too thin, its limbs stretching in unnatural angles. It wasn't standing. It was hanging, its body swaying slightly, as if it were suspended by something we couldn't see. And it was watching us. Eric tilted his head slightly, like he was listening. Then he whispered, almost too soft to hear. "They're tired of waiting." The thing in the trees jerked, like a puppet on strings. The whispering became words, though they were too layered, too distorted to understand. And then the ground cracked beneath Eric's feet. It was like something had ripped open beneath him. A split in the dirt, gaping and wrong, blackness stretching down into something that should not have been there. Eric exhaled slowly. "Guess that means it's time." Then he smiled one last time and stepped back into the darkness and vanished. The whispering stopped. The wind returned. The cold lifted, and we were alone. For a long time, none of us moved. Then Jason took a shaky step forward, shining his flashlight at the ground where Eric had stood. The dirt was untouched. No crack, no hole. Like he had never been there at all. I turned to Kyle. His hands were shaking. "Ryan," he whispered. We broke into a run. We ran. We didn't think, didn't talk, didn't stop. Our boots pounded against the dirt, cutting through the trees, branches slashing at our arms and faces. Eric was gone, vanished into the ground like he had never been there at all. But Ryan was still out there. At least I prayed he was. Kyle was ahead of me, flashlight bouncing wildly as he ran. Jason was right behind me, his breathing ragged. The whispering was gone now, but the forest still felt wrong, like the air itself had been stretched too thin. Ryan had to be close. He had to be. We broke into another clearing, and for a second I thought we'd made a mistake. It looked almost exactly like the one we'd left, the same scarred trees, the same eerie, empty silence. But then Jason stopped short, his breath catching, and I saw Ryan. He was sitting against a tree, knees pulled to his chest, staring straight ahead with glassy, unblinking eyes. Kyle dropped to his knees beside him. "Ryan!" No response. I crouched down, grabbing Ryan's arm. His skin was ice cold. "Ryan, man, wake up," I said, shaking him. His lips parted slightly. At first, I thought he was going to say something, but then I realized he was mouthing words over and over, too fast to understand. Jason bent closer, trying to make out what he was saying. Then his face twisted. Kyle frowned. What? What is it?" Jason swallowed hard. "He's saying, it's still watching." A chill ran through me. Ryan blinked, then slow and mechanical, like he'd just remembered how. He turned his head, looking right at me. "Where's Eric?" he rasped. My mouth went dry. Kyle hesitated. "He's gone." Ryan just stared. Not shocked, not confused. Just blank. Then he turned his gaze upward, past me, past Kyle, past Jason toward the trees. I followed his gaze, and I felt my stomach drop. The scarred trees, the ones covered in rough, jagged carvings, were different now. Before, the carvings had been messy, wild, like something had slashed at the bark in a frenzy. Now they were organized. 5 figures, 5 human shapes, crudely carved, standing side by side. The one on the far left was faded, like it had been there longer than the others. The second one had been scratched out entirely. The other 3? Fresh. My blood went cold. Kyle must have realized it at the same time, because he stumbled back, shaking his head. "Number, no. What the hell does that mean?" Jason grabbed Ryan's shoulders. "What happened? Tell us what happened." Ryan blinked again, slower this time. He licked his lips, his voice barely above a whisper. "He wanted to give them someone else," he rasped. Silence. The weight of his words settled over us like a fog. Eric had brought us here for a reason. He hadn't been scared, not once, because he knew what was going to happen. But he miscalculated. We weren't supposed to run. We weren't supposed to fight back. We were supposed to leave someone behind. And when we didn't, they took him instead. Jason stood up fast, his face pale. "We need to go. Now." Kyle didn't argue. None of us did. Ryan could barely stand, but we hauled him to his feet, throwing his arm over my shoulder as we took off. I don't remember much about the hike back. I only remember the feeling, the crushing weight of the woods pressing down on us, the overwhelming sense that if we stopped, if we even so much as looked behind us, we wouldn't leave. Not all of us. It took hours, longer than it should have. The sun was rising by the time we stumbled onto the main trail. And when we reached the parking lot, Ryan collapsed. We called an ambulance. He was severely dehydrated, covered in small cuts and bruises. He barely spoke in the hospital, but the doctors said he'd be okay. At least physically. Kyle, Jason, and I stayed in a cheap motel that night. None of us wanted to be alone. No one talked much. I don't think any of us really knew what to say, because there was no explanation for what had happened. Eric was gone. Not just missing, gone. We filed a report, but no one found anything. No sign that he had ever been in those woods. No tracks, no gear, nothing. like he had never existed at all, like they had erased him. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But about a week after we got back, Jason sent me a text. "Have you checked the map?" I didn't understand at first. Then he sent a screenshot. The official park map, the same one we'd used to plan our trip. And right there, clear as day, our trail didn't exist. There was no unmarked path, no shortcut, no clearing. And the place where we had camped, where Eric had disappeared, it was labeled restricted land, no public access. I shut off my phone and didn't respond. We don't talk about it anymore. I still think about Eric sometimes, or at least I try not to. But the thing is, I still dream about that night. Sometimes in the dream, I wake up back in the clearing. The carvings are new again, the wood still raw, the whispering starts, and I know it's coming, the thing in the trees. And every time I hear Eric's voice, right before he steps back into the dark. They need one. I don't know what happened out there. I don't think I ever will. So my girlfriend and I decided to take a break from the chaos of the city and head out into the woods for a weekend camping trip. We found this secluded spot up north, really far from any campgrounds or other campers. The kind of place you imagine when you want to disconnect completely from everything. It was perfect. We set up our tent near a small clearing, surrounded by trees, with no sign of anyone else anywhere near us. It was exactly what we were looking for. We spent the first day hiking, cooking over the fire, and just enjoying the peace and quiet. No traffic noise, no street lights, just the sound of nature. As the sun set, we settled into the tent, and honestly, I felt like I could stay there forever. It was one of those trips where everything felt right. The stars were visible through the top of the tent, and it was almost eerily quiet at night. Not even the wind seemed to be blowing, just complete stillness. But things got weird on the second night. I woke up around 3 a.m. I wasn't sure what had woken me, but I could tell something was off. I looked over at my girlfriend, still fast asleep beside me. The only light was from the moon coming through the tent's fabric, casting faint shadows. I turned over to go back to sleep, but then I noticed something. The flap of the tent was slightly open. Not a lot, just enough to make me raise an eyebrow. I couldn't figure out if I had forgotten to close it properly, or if the wind had somehow nudged it open. I wasn't exactly thrilled by the thought of a random animal sneaking in, so I got up quietly, careful not to wake her, and went over to close the flap. As I did, I checked around the campsite, but everything seemed normal. Nothing seemed out of place, and no sounds or movements seemed strange. I even checked on my girlfriend again to make sure she was all right. She was still peacefully sleeping, undisturbed. I sighed and closed the flap tightly, making sure it was secured. I thought it was probably nothing, just a breeze or something, and went back to bed. But that feeling of unease lingered in the back of my mind. The next morning we woke up to a bright, beautiful day. The sun was filtering through the trees, and everything looked calm again. We got up, had some breakfast, and started getting things together to enjoy another day out in the woods. But as I was folding up the tent, something caught my eye. The tent, it wasn't in the exact same position as when we set it up. It was subtle, but when I looked closely, I realized the tent had shifted slightly. The edges were a little further from the trees than they had been the night before. The ropes that had been securing it to the ground were a little looser too, and one of the pegs was completely out of the ground. I didn't know how I hadn't noticed it the night before. At first, I just assumed it was the wind. Maybe it had blown hard enough to move the tent a bit. I figured I hadn't staked it down tightly enough, so I didn't think too much of it. I mentioned it to my girlfriend, but she just shrugged it off, saying it could have been from the wind. She's usually pretty chill about stuff like this, so I wasn't too worried either. But as the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There was this constant sense that we weren't alone, that we were being watched. Even though we were deep in the woods and miles from any other campers, it wasn't anything specific, just a feeling. By the time we returned to the campsite after a hike later that afternoon, that nagging sense of unease was impossible to ignore. Our things, which we had left neatly by the fire pit, were scattered around the campsite. Our backpacks were turned upside down, the food bag was open, and there were crumbs everywhere. It was clear that something or someone had been rummaging through our stuff. At first, I thought maybe an animal had gotten to it. Bears, raccoons, and other wildlife are common in the area, but nothing about it seemed quite right. The food bags had been ripped open, but the contents weren't eaten in the usual way. It was almost as if someone had deliberately torn into them without consuming anything. There was no sign of animal tracks, no claw marks or tooth marks like you'd expect with wildlife. I looked at my girlfriend, my stomach sinking. She seemed just as unsettled, her eyes darting around the clearing. Neither of us said anything for a moment, but I could feel the tension between us growing. It wasn't just the mess, it was the feeling that someone had been there, close, watching us. We cleaned up the best we could, trying to reassure ourselves that it was just a random animal or maybe some curious person who had wandered through. We decided to stay another night, though both of us were starting to feel more on edge. We kept the campfire going a little longer that night, talking and keeping our voices up in the hope that the noise would keep anything or anyone away. But as night fell and the fire burned low, the same feeling from the previous night began to creep back in. I kept hearing small noises in the distance, just beyond the reach of the firelight. At first, I thought it was just the sounds of the forest branches moving, small animals, the wind. But it kept happening over and over. The sound of footsteps crunching in the leaves. It was faint, but unmistakable, and it was coming closer. I stood up and looked around, but there was nothing. Just the trees swaying in the wind, the dark shapes of the woods stretching out before me. I checked the perimeter of the campsite again, but there was no sign of anyone. My heart was pounding now. I was beginning to feel like I was losing my mind. The strange occurrences, the feeling of being watched, the sound of footsteps when no one was around it, was all starting to add up in a way I didn't want to acknowledge. As I was pacing the campfire, I noticed something. Footprints. There were tracks in the dirt around our tent, faint but visible. They looked fresh. I moved closer to inspect them, my breath catching in my throat. The tracks led away from the tent, deeper into the woods, but they didn't lead to any other campsite. No other signs of life. Just the single set of footprints that led off into the dark, as if someone had been standing outside our tent, watching us while we slept. My girlfriend stood behind me now, her eyes wide with fear. I could see it in her face. She was scared too. I'd never seen her like this before. We packed up as quickly as we could. Neither of us spoke as we hurried to get our things together. The air was thick with tension, the quiet of the forest now feeling suffocating. We both knew something wasn't right, and we couldn't ignore it any longer. As we prepared to leave, I realized the worst part. We hadn't been alone the whole time. Someone had been here moving around our camp, watching us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And just as I thought I was getting out of there, I heard something again. Footsteps, faint and deliberate, following me in the dark. As I grabbed the last of our things, shoving them hastily into the backpack, my hands were shaking. My stomach churned with a growing sense of urgency. The sun was setting, the sky painted with shades of orange and purple, and the forest around us was becoming increasingly dark and eerie. The wind had picked up, making the trees sway ominously. The crackling of the fire from earlier had died down, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I glanced nervously at my girlfriend, who was staring off into the woods, her face pale. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. To be honest, I felt the same way. Something was wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed, that we weren't alone. The sound of footsteps that I had heard earlier, those faint crunches in the leaves, seemed to echo in my mind. They were so soft at first that I thought it was just the wind, or maybe a squirrel scampering through the underbrush. But after a few hours, the sound became more distinct. It was deliberate. Someone or something was walking around the campsite. And now, the tracks. Fresh footprints leading from our tent and into the woods, with no other signs of life around them. It wasn't just the mess with the food bags, or the tent being slightly out of place. It wasn't just the feeling of being watched anymore. It was the absolute certainty that someone had been here, near us, and that they were still watching. I didn't want to say it out loud, but I was terrified. And I could see it in my girlfriend's eyes that she was just as scared. Neither of us had ever been in a situation like this before. We had gone camping countless times in the past, but this felt different. It felt wrong. "Are we really going to stay here?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Two just want to go. I don't feel safe." I looked at her, trying to reassure her with a weak smile. "Yeah, we're leaving. Just give me a few more minutes. I want to make sure we don't forget anything." But I wasn't sure about what we were leaving behind. What if someone was still out there? What if they were waiting for us to make a move? I kept imagining someone lurking just beyond the reach of our flashlight, hiding in the trees, just waiting for us to be vulnerable. As I finished packing, I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they were closer. I froze, my blood running cold. They weren't just some distant sound anymore. I could hear them clearly, soft, measured steps, as if someone was walking around the perimeter of our campsite, pacing, circling us. I looked at my girlfriend, my heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "Yes, it's them." I wasn't sure if it was paranoia, but it felt as though the footsteps were following a pattern. Whoever or whatever it wasn't just wandering aimlessly. It was waiting for us to make a move, waiting for us to expose ourselves. I grabbed my flashlight and moved toward the edge of the campsite, trying to peer into the dark woods beyond. But the beam of light from the flashlight didn't help much. The trees stood thick and black against the night, their trunks twisting like dark silhouettes. The more I looked into the woods, the more I felt like I was staring into something I couldn't understand, something that wasn't part of this world. "Let's go," my girlfriend said suddenly, her voice strained. "We need to leave now. I don't care about anything else." I nodded, the panic starting to rise in my chest. We were out of time. Whatever was happening, whatever had been happening, it wasn't just a weird coincidence anymore. We had been watched. We had been followed. And now it was time to get out of there. I threw the last of our gear into the car and started the engine, the sound of the motor breaking the tense silence of the woods. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead of us. But as I pulled out of the campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, just behind us. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone in the shadows of the trees, but the woods were empty, as they should have been. We didn't speak as we drove down the winding dirt road, our headlights cutting through the trees, pushing the darkness back just enough to see. The tension in the car was palpable. We both felt it, the weight of whatever had happened back at that campsite. The uneasy silence between us was more than just the normal awkwardness after a long day of hiking. It felt like we had been marked, like something was still lingering behind us. I kept checking the rearview mirror. The trees, the shadows, the road, it all seemed like a blur. But I kept seeing something out of the corner of my eye, just for a split second. A figure standing by the side of the road. No, not a figure, a person, standing perfectly still, watching us drive away. I swerved, nearly losing control of the car. I slammed my foot on the brake, my hands gripping the steering wheel. But when I looked again, the figure was gone. There was nothing there. "What the hell was that?" I whispered, my voice shaking. My girlfriend was silent beside me, her hand gripping the door handle, her knuckles white. "I don't know. I didn't see anything." But I knew what I had seen, and the strange thing was, she didn't even ask me to turn around. She didn't question what I had seen. She didn't need to. I drove faster now, my foot pressing harder on the gas pedal, trying to get as far from the woods as I could. But the feeling didn't leave. It was there, in the pit of my stomach, gnawing at me. By the time we reached the nearest town, the sky was fully dark. We stopped at a gas station, and I refueled the car in silence. I glanced around at the small town around us, the flickering lights of the gas station illuminating the street corner, but nothing felt real anymore. I felt like we were in a movie, like we were characters in some horror film, and I was waiting for the credits to roll, waiting for the monster to jump out from behind the screen. When I looked back at the woods in the distance, I saw it again, a figure, just standing there at the edge of the trees, watching us. But this time, I didn't look away. And it didn't move. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't stop myself. It was like my eyes were magnetized to the figure standing at the edge of the woods, just barely visible in the dim light of the gas station. I couldn't make out any details, just the shape of a person, tall, still, and unnervingly silent. The second I looked, the feeling I had been trying to ignore all night, this overwhelming sense of being watched, came rushing back with full force. It was no longer just paranoia, it was real. The air felt thick, like something was hanging in the balance, waiting to tip over. I knew with a sick certainty that it was the same figure I had seen earlier by the tent, in the woods, outside the car. I turned to my girlfriend, who was staring straight ahead, her eyes locked on the dashboard. She hadn't seen it. Maybe it was for the best. I didn't want her to feel the way I felt right now. I didn't want to admit to her what was going on in my head, that we weren't safe, that whatever had been following us was still here. I shook my head and started the car, my foot slamming onto the gas pedal as we left the gas station behind. I didn't know where we were going, just that I wanted to put as much distance as possible between us and that feeling, between us and them. The drive was quiet. My girlfriend hadn't said a word since I started the car. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, her face pale, her hands gripping the seatbelt like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. I didn't know how to talk to her about it. How could I explain what had happened? How could I make her understand that something wasn't right, that we weren't safe, even though everything around us appeared perfectly normal? I tried to keep my eyes on the road, but I couldn't help myself. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. The darkness of the woods seemed to stretch endlessly behind us, and every now and then, I thought I saw something move, just a flicker, a shadow, nothing solid. But it was enough. Enough to make me grip the steering wheel harder and push the gas pedal down a little further. Eventually, we reached a town. I don't even remember the name of it, just some small, quiet place, a typical roadside pit stop. The neon lights from the diner cast a faint glow on the empty streets, and I felt an odd sense of relief when I pulled into the parking lot. At least here, I thought, we'd be around other people. At least here, we wouldn't be alone. I parked the car and turned off the engine, but the silence that followed was deafening. It felt like we were still in the woods, still being watched, even though we were surrounded by streetlights and the faint murmur of cars passing by. My girlfriend exhaled sharply and unbuckled her seatbelt. "Let's just go inside, okay? I can't handle this anymore." I nodded, but as we got out of the car and started toward the diner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. We weren't supposed to be here. We were supposed to be far away, somewhere safe, somewhere normal. Instead, I felt like we were just being drawn further into whatever this was. Inside the diner, we sat at a booth in the far corner. The place was empty, except for the older woman behind the counter, who barely looked up from the newspaper she was reading. The waitress came over to take our order, her smile a little too wide, a little too forced. She handed us menus, but neither of us looked at them. "Just coffee for now," I said, my voice a little shaky, and she nodded before disappearing back into the kitchen. My girlfriend rubbed her temples, her face twisted in exhaustion. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her everything would be okay, but I didn't know if I believed it myself. I didn't know if I could convince either of us that we were going to be all right. "Why do I feel like they're still here?" she whispered. "Like they're following us." Her words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I had been thinking the same thing, but hearing her say it out loud made it even worse. "I don't know," I admitted quietly, staring down at my hands. "But I feel it too, like they're just waiting." She exhaled shakily. "I'm scared." I didn't know how to respond. How could I? What was I supposed to say when I felt the same fear clawing at my chest? How could I offer comfort when I knew we weren't out of danger? The waitress returned with our coffee, setting the cups down in front of us with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I barely noticed her leaving, too focused on the quiet that had settled between us. We drank the coffee in silence, neither of us touching the menus in front of us. Eventually, my girlfriend stood up and headed to the restroom. I watched her go, her shoulders slumped, her body tense. I knew she was as shaken as I was, but there was nothing we could do. It didn't take long for her to return, but when she did, she looked different. Her eyes were wide, and she was walking quickly, as though she was trying to avoid being noticed. When she sat back down across from me, her hands were trembling. "Did you see them?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I froze, my blood going cold. "What do you mean?" "Out the window," she said, her eyes darting nervously toward the diner's large windows. "There's someone in the parking lot." I turned to look, and sure enough, standing just outside the diner's entrance, was a figure. It wasn't just a person. It was the same figure we had seen before. The same man, wearing a dark coat, standing still, staring directly at the window. My heart raced as I turned back to my girlfriend, who was now shaking, tears in her eyes. "We need to leave, now." But as I looked at her, I felt something shift within me. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something else, something colder, something I couldn't put into words. "Don't worry," I said, trying to sound calm. But I was lying. "We'll be fine." I tried to sound convincing, but I knew we weren't fine. We hadn't been fine for a long time. Whatever had been happening, whatever had been following us, it was getting closer. It was in the parking lot now, watching us, waiting. And I had no idea what we could do to stop it. The figure outside stood motionless, and for a moment, it felt like time had stopped. We couldn't just sit there, frozen and helpless. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat echoing through my ears like a warning. I tried to calm myself, but I could feel the panic creeping up my spine. The figure outside the diner was still standing there, watching us. I could feel the weight of its gaze pressing against the glass, like it knew we were watching it too. It didn't move. It just stood there, unnaturally still, as if it was waiting for something, waiting for us to make a move. I turned back to my girlfriend. She was pale, her hands shaking as she gripped the edge of the table. Her eyes were wide with fear, and I could see the terror that mirrored my own in them. I opened my mouth to say something, to reassure her, but the words wouldn't come. What could I say? Everything felt wrong. Nothing about this situation made sense. We had been followed. We had been watched, and now it felt like we were trapped. "We need to go," I said finally, my voice more forceful than I meant it to be. I didn't care about paying for the coffee or looking normal. The only thing I cared about was getting us out of that diner and as far away from that figure as possible. She nodded, her eyes still locked on the window. I stood up, grabbing our jackets and our bags, trying not to rush but knowing we didn't have much time. I could feel my pulse quickening, the adrenaline surging through my body, making every movement feel faster than it actually was. It was like we were being hunted, like something in the pit of my stomach was telling me that if we didn't move quickly enough, we wouldn't make it out of here alive. I looked back at the window as we moved toward the door, and for the briefest moment, I thought the figure had moved. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was closer. It had been standing by the entrance, but now it was just a few feet away from the glass, its eyes still fixed on us. "Let's go," I hissed, my voice strained with panic. We reached the door, but when I tried to open it, I couldn't. The handle wouldn't turn. It was stuck. My pulse surged again, this time with panic. What was happening? Why was the door stuck? I pulled harder, but it refused to budge. I glanced back at my girlfriend, who was standing there, wide-eyed, as if she had just realized something was terribly wrong. My thoughts scrambled, and I quickly checked the doorframe to see if it had somehow jammed. Nothing. It looked fine. It should have opened, but it didn't. "Why won't it open?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I could hear the tremor in it, and I felt the same way. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. I gripped the handle harder, but no matter how much I pulled, it wouldn't give. I pounded on the door with my fist, desperate, but it was useless. The door was locked. It was stuck. And I didn't know why. "Is there another way out?" my girlfriend asked, her voice trembling. I could see the panic in her eyes now. She was scared. We were both scared. But there had to be another way out. I looked around quickly. The windows, I thought. We could break a window if we had to, but when I turned to look at the windows, I froze. The figure from outside was no longer standing in front of the door. It had moved, and now it was standing right behind the window, directly in front of us. The glass separated us from it, but it didn't matter. The figure's face was visible now. Its features were too pale, its eyes too dark. There was no expression, no emotion. Just a cold, unfeeling stare. The worst part? It was smiling. A slow, cruel smile that stretched across its face like it was enjoying the fear it was causing. My girlfriend gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. I felt my legs go weak beneath me. The figure wasn't just watching us, it was toying with us. It had been here, waiting, stalking us from the moment we stepped foot into the woods. "Why is it smiling?" my girlfriend asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. I didn't have an answer. I couldn't speak. My throat was dry, and all I could do was watch in frozen horror as the figure outside continued to smile. It was as if it was daring us to try something, daring us to make a move, as if it knew it had control over us. I turned toward the counter, desperate to find anyone who might be able to help. But the diner was still empty. The woman behind the counter was sitting in the same position as before, her face still buried in the newspaper. She hadn't even looked up at us. It was like she couldn't see what was happening. Or maybe she didn't want to see. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't stay here, locked in this diner with no way out, surrounded by the feeling of something closing in around us. I had to break free. I had to find a way out, even if it meant doing something drastic. I turned back to the door, my eyes still on the figure outside, still grinning at us. I pulled on the handle again, harder this time, desperation flooding my chest. And then something happened. The door opened. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't a slow creak. It was like the door had been waiting for me to pull harder. The latch released with a sudden snap, and the door swung open. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand and pulled her outside, into the cold night air. We didn't look back. I didn't even care that the figure was still standing behind the window, still watching us. We were out. We were free. But the instant we stepped outside, something else happened. The air felt different, heavier. It wasn't just the chill of the night. It felt like the world itself had shifted. The trees around us were darker now, the shadows stretching longer, and there was no sound. No birds, no insects, no rustling of the leaves. Just the hush of complete silence. "Where are we?" my girlfriend whispered, her voice shaky. I didn't answer. I didn't know. The parking lot of the diner should have been just behind us, but when I turned around, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The diner was gone. There was no sign of the building, no neon sign, no windows, just an empty, barren stretch of road, stretching into the blackness. The only thing visible was the same endless darkness of the woods, stretching out into the distance. "What the hell is going on?" I said, my voice breaking. I wasn't even sure if I was asking her or myself. I took a few steps back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The diner, the woods, the road, it was all wrong. It wasn't real. And then I saw it again, the figure, standing in the shadows just beyond the tree line. It was closer now, and the smile was still there, still waiting. And I knew, without a doubt, that we hadn't escaped. We had only just begun. The air felt thick with dread, as if the very atmosphere had conspired to trap us in this place. I stood frozen in the middle of the road, my legs trembling, my mind racing as I tried to comprehend what was happening. My heart was beating so loudly in my chest that I could feel it in my ears, but the silence around us was deafening. There were no sounds from the forest, no hum of traffic in the distance, just an overwhelming, crushing quiet. I glanced at my girlfriend, who stood beside me, her face ashen, her eyes wide with terror. She was looking at the same thing I was. The figurino, the thing was still there, just beyond the tree line, its pale face barely visible in the darkness. The smile that had haunted me for what felt like an eternity. It was closer now, but it hadn't moved, at least not physically. I could feel its presence pressing down on us, like it was pulling us toward it, like it had control over every movement, every breath I took. I didn't know how I knew this. It wasn't something I could explain, but deep down, I knew we weren't going to walk away from this. I turned to my girlfriend, desperate to make sense of it all. We need to go. Now. My voice was shaking, but I had no other choice. I didn't care where we went, as long as it was away from this place. But as I took a step forward, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The road we were standing on, the one that had been visible when we first walked out of the diner, was no longer there. It had vanished. The concrete, the parking lot, the diner, everything was gone. There was no sign of any of it. I turned in a full circle, my head spinning, my vision blurring. The world around us was stretching into an endless forest, a thick, dark wall of trees that seemed to close in from all sides. There was no way out. This isn't real, my girlfriend whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. We're not really here, are we? I couldn't answer her. I didn't know how. What was happening was beyond anything I could have imagined. The diner, the parking lot, the road, everything was gone, and in its place was nothing but darkness and trees. I turned to look back at the figure, and it was still there, standing in the same spot, watching us. But now the smile on its face was wider, more sinister. Its eyes, they weren't human. They were black, with no whites or pupils, just empty, endless blackness. And that smile, its twisted, unnatural grin was growing, stretching farther across its face, as if it was enjoying the fear it was causing. I reached out to my girlfriend, pulling her toward me, but she seemed to be frozen, her eyes fixed on the figure. We need to run, I said, but my voice felt weak. It didn't matter. We were trapped. I grabbed her hand and started to pull her in the opposite direction, deeper into the woods, hoping to find some way out. But the more I ran, the more the forest seemed to stretch. The more the trees seemed to close in around us. It was like we were running in place, like we were moving but getting nowhere. And then I heard it. The footsteps. I stopped, my heart in my throat. The footsteps were coming from behind us, soft at first, but growing louder. Crunching leaves, snapping twigs, growing closer. Someone or something was following us. I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the darkness, the trees, the oppressive quiet. But the footsteps kept coming, growing louder, more distinct. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand tighter, pulling her with me, but my legs felt heavy, like they were made of lead. I couldn't move fast enough. We were going to die out here. I didn't know how I knew it. It was a cold, undeniable truth that had settled deep in my bones. Something was hunting us. It wasn't the figure in the woods anymore. It was something else. Something far worse. I could feel the presence behind me, growing stronger. Whatever it was getting closer. I could feel its breath on the back of my neck, the air growing colder as it drew near. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. And then suddenly, everything stopped. The footsteps, the air, the tension, it was all gone. I turned to look at my girlfriend, but she wasn't there. My stomach dropped as I looked around, panic rising in my chest. "Where are you?" I shouted, my voice breaking. She wasn't far away, just a few feet, but she wasn't there anymore. There was no trace of her. It was like she had vanished. "No," I whispered, my voice trembling. "No, no, no." I ran in a circle looking for her, but I couldn't find her. The trees, the darkness, the empty, oppressive quiet, it was all closing in around me. I felt like I was suffocating, like the air itself was against me. I ran back toward the place where I had last seen her, but I could barely see anything. The light from the moon had all but vanished, leaving me in complete darkness. The only thing I could hear was my own breath, ragged and desperate. And then I heard it. Her voice. It was faint at first, barely a whisper, but then it became clearer, louder. "Help me. Please, help me." I spun around, my heart racing. "Where are you?" I yelled, but my voice sounded weak in the silence. "Help me, please." I followed the sound of her voice, stumbling over branches and rocks, my breath catching in my throat. The voice was getting closer. It was her. It had to be. She was out here somewhere. She needed me. But as I pushed through the trees, the voice changed. It wasn't her anymore. It was something else. "You're too late," the voice whispered, and the words felt like ice running through my veins. I stopped dead in my tracks. I turned back toward where I had last seen the figure. It was still there, standing motionless, just beyond the trees, and now it was no longer smiling. Its eyes were wide open, its mouth still twisted in that sick grin, but it wasn't just watching me anymore. It was coming closer, And this time, it wasn't alone. There were others, figures emerging from the darkness, stepping into the moonlight, figures with twisted, grotesque smiles, their eyes dark and lifeless. They were walking toward me, slowly, methodically, and I knew with terrifying certainty that they were here for me. I didn't know how to escape. I didn't know where to run. I was already too late. I didn't know what to do. My legs were shaking uncontrollably, my mind a blur of fear and confusion. The figures, those things, were coming closer, and I could feel their presence, cold and suffocating. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound deafening in my ears. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight back, but my body refused to cooperate. Every instinct told me to run, but where could I go? The woods stretched out in every direction, an endless sea of dark trees that seemed to close in on me with each passing second. I stumbled backward, the weight of the world pressing down on me. The air felt heavy, thick, as if the very atmosphere around me was conspiring to keep me trapped. I turned around, desperate for any sign of escape, but there was nothing. The path I had walked just moments before was gone, swallowed by the darkness. All I could see were the figures standing there, unmoving, their eyes dark and lifeless, their twisted smiles still etched on their faces. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here. I couldn't let them take me. But what could I do? They were too close now, too many. They were everywhere, and I was alone. No, I thought, I'm not alone. I had to remind myself of that. I had my girlfriend, and I had to find her. She had to be here somewhere. She had to be. I couldn't leave her behind. I took a deep breath, forcing my trembling body into motion. I pushed through the trees, stumbling and tripping over roots and branches, my eyes darting in every direction, searching for any sign of her. The forest around me felt alive, closing in, shifting with every step I took. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed by the very shadows themselves. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I expected to see one of them, one of those twisted figures, standing just behind me. She's here. I repeated the thought over and over, trying to drown out the fear gnawing at me. I had to keep going. I couldn't stop. I had to find her. And then I heard it. A soft rustling in the distance, a faint cry. I spun around, my heart racing, my chest tight. There, through the trees, I saw Hermie girlfriend standing by the base of a tree, her back to me, her shoulders shaking. Her head turned slowly as I called out her name, and her eyes locked onto mine. There was a strange emptiness in them. It was like she wasn't really seeing me, but something else, something behind her eyes, something I couldn't understand. "What's wrong?" I called, taking a step forward, my voice hoarse and desperate. She didn't answer. She didn't move. She just stood there, staring at me, her face pale and drawn. I took another step toward her, and that's when I noticed it. The figure standing just behind her, just beyond her shoulder, its eyes fixed on me. The smile, it wasn't just a smile anymore. It was a grin. A wide, twisted grin, stretching impossibly far across its face, like it was mocking me, taunting me. "No!" I shouted, my voice breaking. "Get away from her!" I ran toward her, but as I got closer, she started to move, not toward me, but away backward, further into the woods, toward the dark figure behind her. "What's happening?" I screamed, reaching out to grab her arm. But as soon as my hand touched her, it was like I was touching something cold, something dead. She was cold to the touch, her skin ice cold, and her body stiff, like she was being controlled. Her head jerked to the side, and I saw either eyes were no longer looking at me. They were looking past me, towards something else, something just beyond my shoulder. Her lips curled into a grin, a slow, sinister smile that mirrored the one on the figure's face. "No," I whispered, backing away from her. "No, no, no." I couldn't understand it. What was happening? Why was she acting like this? It wasn't my girlfriend anymore. It wasn't the person I had come into the woods with. It was something else, something that had taken her, possessed her, turned her into a shell of the person she had been. I turned around, my legs moving instinctively, and there it was again, the figure, standing just beyond the trees, its twisted grin widening, the darkness around it seeming to pulse. It was waiting for me to make a move, to show any sign of weakness. I had to get out. I had to leave before it was too late. I turned and ran, my legs burning as I sprinted through the forest, the trees whipping past me. I could still hear her voice in my head, her hollow whispering, "You're too late." It was a voice I didn't recognize anymore, but I knew it was her. I knew it, deep down. She was still there somewhere. She was just lost. But I didn't have time to save her. Not now. Not when it was too dangerous. I ran and ran, my breath ragged, the fear pushing me forward, driving me to keep moving, to get out of the woods and away from whatever had taken her. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I pushed myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still behind me, that they were still watching me, waiting. The trees began to thin as I reached the edge of the woods, and I stumbled out into the open. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I just kept running, my feet pounding against the dirt road, my mind clouded with fear. I didn't look back. I didn't look back until I reached the car. I didn't look back until I was safely inside, locked in, with the engine roaring to life beneath me. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling. The feeling that I hadn't escaped at all. As I drove away, my eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. The woods stretched out behind me, dark and endless. But for a split second, I saw it again. The figure. It was standing at the edge of the trees, watching me, its grin still stretching across its face. And I knew then that I hadn't left them behind. They were still out there, waiting for me, waiting for us. And they would always be there, always watching, always waiting. first night I was home alone, nothing happened. I was 16 and my parents had gone on a weekend trip, leaving me alone in the house for the first time. I was excited. Netflix, junk food, no rules. Just me and our golden retriever, Max. We live in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood. Safe, boring even. The kind of place where neighbors wave when they walk by and old couples sit on porches. But our house had a basement, and that basement always made me uneasy. It wasn't finished, just concrete floors and shelves stacked with old junk. The door to it was in the kitchen, and my parents never used it. We had a fridge down there for extra food storage, but otherwise it was just a cold, empty space. That first night, I locked the doors, double-checked the windows, and curled up on the couch with Max. Everything was normal, until I heard it. A soft creak, a shifting sound, like something moving downstairs. I froze, turning off the television to listen. Silence. Max lifted his head but didn't bark. If it was an animal, he would have reacted. I told myself it was just the house settling. I went to bed with my door locked. The next night, the noises didn't stop. It wasn't just creaking anymore. It was footsteps, faint, slow footsteps. I wasn't crazy. I knew I was hearing someone moving. But every time I built up the courage to check, there was nothing. Max kept perking up at the sounds too, staring toward the kitchen. But he never barked. It was like he knew something was there, but wasn't afraid of it. I called my parents, trying not to sound paranoid. My mom laughed. Used to being alone. That night I barricaded my door with a chair. The next night was worse. I woke up around 1 a.m., thirsty. The house was dark, silent. I grabbed my phone as a flashlight and tiptoed toward the kitchen. Then, as I turned the corner, I saw it. A shadow moved across the living room. I stopped breathing. I wasn't imagining it, something was there. I backed up, my heart pounding so loud it filled my ears. My first instinct was to grab my phone and check the security cameras. I opened the app and scrolled through the last few hours of footage. Then my heart stopped. There was a man. He was naked, stepping out of the basement, moving casually, like he lived here. He walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and took out food. Then, after a few minutes, he disappeared back downstairs. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was not alone. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold my phone. I had two choices. Run, get out of the house and call the police. Stay quiet and pray he didn't come upstairs again. Then Max growled. I turned toward the kitchen, and he was there. The man, naked, pale, thin, standing in the dim glow of the fridge light, holding a pack of sliced ham in his hands. His ribs jutted out, skin stretched thin over his frame. His hair was matted, his hands were filthy, and his eyes wide, surprised, like I was the intruder. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then he bolted. He turned and ran straight out the back door. Naked, into the cold, disappearing into the night. I stood there, frozen, my whole body numb with shock. I called the police. They found signs of someone living in the basement. A pile of blankets, empty water bottles, wrappers from food that had gone missing from our fridge. He'd been sneaking upstairs while we slept. For weeks. But the worst part? There was a small hole behind one of the basement shelves just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Behind it, a hidden crawl space. The man had been living inside our walls. I'm 21 now. This happened 5 years ago, but it still haunts me. I triple lock my doors. I don't sleep without checking my apartment twice. I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced someone is in the house. Because that's the scariest part. Not that he was there, but that he had been there for weeks, moving around while we were home, eating our food, watching, and we never noticed. This isn't a ghost story, it's real. Things like this happen, and I can't help but wonder, what if I had never woken up? What if I had never seen him? Would he still be down there right now, waiting? The first time I heard it, I assumed it was the wind. A soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tap against the glass, barely audible over the hum of my ceiling fan. It wasn't unusual. My apartment was on the third floor of an old building, and sometimes the wind would rattle the windows just right, making strange sounds. I was half asleep, drifting in that hazy space between dreaming and waking, when I noticed it. Tap, tap, tap. Not loud, not frantic. Just patient. I turned over groggy, blinking at the red glow of my alarm clock. 2:47 a.m. Too tired to care. I pulled my blanket over my head, blocking out the noise, and let sleep take me again. The next morning, I barely remembered it. I only recalled the sound in flashes while making my coffee, like a forgotten detail from a dream. I rubbed at my temples, shaking off the feeling. It had been the wind. Nothing more. The week passed uneventfully. Work, gym, dinner, repeat. My life was uneventful, predictable. And then it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. I woke up instantly this time. The sound wasn't aggressive, not demanding. It was deliberate, like someone was waiting. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, the room too quiet. I glanced toward the window, but the blinds were drawn, the soft glow of a street lamp barely filtering through the slats. I listened. Nothing. The room felt off. Not in a way I could explain, just that deep, instinctual feeling that something wasn't quite right. I reached for my phone, thumb hovering over the flashlight button. Then I hesitated. Do I really want to look? A stupid thought. There was nothing out there. I exhaled, shook my head, and forced myself to lie back down. I barely slept. By the third time, the sound had become routine. Like clockwork, once a week, always at the same time. 2:47 a.m. I tried to ignore it, but that only made it worse. Because once you notice something, once you realize it's happening at a pattern, you can't unnotice it. And suddenly, I was waiting for it. Lying in bed, holding my breath, watching the clock tick toward the inevitable moment. And like always, it came. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up slowly this time, expecting it. My pulse drummed in my ears. I turned toward the window. For the first time, I considered opening the blinds. But a new thought stopped me. What if I do, and there's something there? A chill ran down my spine. I swallowed hard, curling my fingers into the blanket, gripping it tight. You're being ridiculous. But my body wouldn't move. I sat there, frozen, waiting. Tap, tap, tap. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse. The next day, I told myself I was being paranoid. It was probably a bird. That made sense, didn't it? Some dumb pigeon landing on the windowsill, pecking at the glass. Except there was no ledge, no balcony, nothing for something to stand on. I grabbed my coat and went outside, staring up at my apartment window from the parking lot. The building was old, brick. My unit was 3 stories up, facing the alley. The only thing near my window was a drain pipe running alongside the building. I felt something cold and awful settle in my stomach. It was stupid. It was just a sound. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I lay in bed, my back to the window, body tense with anticipation. I knew it wouldn't come. It had only ever happened once a week, and tonight wasn't the night. But I still waited. I couldn't help it. I kept picturing it, the glass behind me, the blinds. Something just outside looking in. I told myself to stop, to let it go. I closed my eyes, counted my breaths. Then, tap, tap, tap. My blood ran cold. I wasn't supposed to hear it tonight. But it was there. Soft, patient, like it was testing me. A new game. I turned, slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. The blinds were still drawn, the window was closed. Nothing could get in. Nothing could reach up here. I inhaled sharply, fisted my hands in the sheets. And before I could stop myself, I whispered, "Hello?" Silence. The longest, deepest silence I had ever heard. Like the whole world had stopped. Then, a new sound. A soft, slow creak. The sound of a hand pressing against glass. Right on the other side. I shot up, grabbed my phone, thumb jamming against the flashlight button. I yanked up the blinds. The beam of light hit the window, and there was nothing. Just empty glass. No handprint, no shadow. No sign that anything had ever been there. But I knew. I knew. And this time, it wasn't leaving. The next morning, I checked the window. Nothing unusual, no scratches, no smudges. I tried to convince myself it had been in my head, that I had imagined the whole thing. But I couldn't ignore it anymore. I needed proof. So that night, I set up my phone, face down on my desk, camera tilted toward the window. If something was out there, I'd see it. If there was nothing, I'd sleep easier. I left it recording. And when 2:47 a.m. came, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't move, didn't speak, just closed my eyes and let the sound crawl over me. Then, nothing. Silence. It was gone. I swallowed hard, finally allowing myself to relax. And as the minutes passed, I drifted into uneasy sleep, not knowing what I would find in the morning, not knowing that this time I had caught it. And when I pressed play on the video, it would be worse than I could have ever imagined. I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all. The weight of the night still clung to method tapping, the waiting, the silence. For a moment, I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my heart already beating too fast. Then I remembered. The recording. I sat up, reaching for my phone, fingers stiff from gripping the blanket too tightly in my sleep. The screen lit up with a soft glow, 6 hours of footage. I swallowed hard. This was it. Proof. My stomach churned as I hesitated. Do I really want to see what's on there? A stupid thought. Of course I do. I tapped play. The footage was boring at first. Just my room, bathed in soft darkness. The window sat still in the frame, the blinds down, the pale glow of the street lamp barely filtering through. I scrubbed through the first few hours. Nothing. Then, 2:47 a.m., my body tensed. The room on the screen remained still, no movement, no sounds. I frowned. The tapping had been clear as day to me last night. Had I imagined it? Then, just as I was about to fast forward, something moved. I almost dropped the phone. The blinds. They shifted. Not violently, not like the wind had caught them, but like something had brushed against them from the outside. A slow, subtle ripple across the fabric. A moment later, another movement. Lower this time, near the window latch. I leaned in, heart hammering. It was too dark to make out details, just a shadow shifting behind the thin blinds. Then, a shape. A hand. Long fingers barely visible through the gaps in the slats gripping the window frame. I dropped the phone. My pulse spiked, cold dread slicing through my chest. I hadn't imagined it. Someone had been there. Right outside my window. 3 stories up. I sat frozen, staring at the phone, my breathing shallow, my ears buzzed with panic. This wasn't just some random noise. This wasn't a branch against the glass. This was a person. But how? How had they gotten up there? I forced myself to pick up the phone again, my fingers cold and stiff. I scrubbed through the footage, my stomach twisting with every second. The hand disappeared after a few moments, but the blinds shifted again, like someone was adjusting their grip. Then nothing. For the rest of the night, the window remained still. No more tapping. No more movement. Whoever or whatever had been there hadn't left a trace. I spent the morning pacing my apartment, my thoughts racing. I needed answers. I grabbed my coat and headed outside, making my way around the building. My apartment faced the back alley. No fire escape, no balconies, just a sheer drop to the pavement below. I stood there, staring up at my window, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. There was no way someone had climbed up there. No ledges, no footholds. The drain pipe was there, sure, but it was old, rusted. It barely looked strong enough to hold a cat, let alone a full-grown person. So how had they done it? And why? The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through me. I turned and hurried back inside. I needed to call someone. The police, maybe. But what would I even say? Hey, an invisible man is tapping on my window at 2:47 every night. I exhaled sharply, running a hand through my hair. Number. I needed something solid first. A clearer video. A face. Something real. That night, I set up the camera again. Only this time, I adjusted the angle. The lens pointed directly at the blinds. If something or some came back, I'd see it. I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind set me on edge. By the time 2:47 a.m. rolled around, I was already awake. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Then, tap, tap, tap. My breath hitched. I gripped the blanket, my entire body tense. I didn't move. Didn't dare to. The tapping was softer tonight, almost careful, like it knew I was listening. Then, a new sound. Something light shifting against the glass. I felt a prickling sensation crawl up my arms. Was it a hand? Fingertips brushing over the window. I swallowed hard, willing myself to stay still. I'll see it in the morning. I just had to wait. Minutes passed. The tapping faded. Then silence. I waited another hour before allowing myself to sleep. At sunrise, I grabbed my phone instantly. My fingers trembled as I pulled up the footage, scrolling straight to 2:47 a.m. The video loaded. At first, it was just my room. Still, silent. Then, the tapping. Soft. Rhythmic. A shadow shifted behind the blinds. I held my breath. A hand appeared. Fingers curled around the window frame. And this time, it didn't disappear right away. It just stayed there, holding on. My chest tightened. Then suddenly, the blinds moved, like someone was leaning closer, peering in. My stomach twisted as I waited for a face to appear. Waited to see how hot was out there. But there was nothing. Just hands, long fingers gripping the frame. Hanging there, 3 stories up. No body, no face, nothing holding them up. I slammed the phone down. My breath came in short, shaky bursts. My entire body buzzed with fear. That wasn't human. That wasn't possible. My mind raced, grasping for logic, for any explanation that made sense. But there wasn't one. I reached for my phone again, fingers trembling, and forced myself to play the rest of the video. The hands stayed there for 2 full minutes. Then, they simply let go. Just released, as if whatever was holding them up had simply floated away. I clenched my jaw. This had to be a prank. It had to be. Some kind of sick joke. But I knew. Tomorrow night, it would come back. And next time, I wasn't sure if it would just be hands at the window. Next time, it might want more. I didn't leave my apartment that day. I couldn't. I sat at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around my coffee cup, my phone lying in front of me, screen black. I hadn't rewatched the video. I couldn't. I already knew what I had seen. Hands. Just hands gripping the edge of my window frame. With nothing, no one holding them up. It had to be a trick. It had to be something explainable. But the more I tried to rationalize it, the more my mind kept circling back to one impossible truth. It wasn't normal. And it was going to come back. By nightfall, I was exhausted. My brain felt fried, like I had spent the entire day running but never actually moving. I knew I should leave, stay with a friend, check into a motel, anything. But some sick part of me, some stubborn, stupid part, needed to see what would happen. So I set up my phone again. This time I positioned it differently, no more aiming at the blinds. Now it was directly in front of the window. If those hands came back, I'd get a clear shot. My heart pounded as I propped the phone against a stack of books, making sure the angle was perfect. The room felt wrong, too quiet, too still, like the air itself was waiting. I climbed into bed, my stomach twisted into knots. And then I waited. 2:47 a.m. The tapping started. Soft. patient. I stared at the ceiling, frozen beneath the blankets. This time, I didn't turn, didn't move. I let it happen. Tap, tap, tap. A part of me wanted to rip the blinds open, to see it with my own eyes. But I didn't. Because deep down, I knew if I looked, it would see me too. And I wasn't ready for that. So I stayed still, let it tap, and eventually it stopped. I barely slept after that. I just lay there, waiting for morning. As soon as sunlight hit my window, I bolted upright, heart hammering. I grabbed my phone. Shaking fingers, opened the video. Skipped ahead. The screen stayed still for the first few hours, the window, the faint glow of the streetlight outside. Then, at exactly 2:47 a.m., a shadow moved. I sucked in a breath, eyes locked on the screen. The hands came first, curling over the edge of the window frame, fingers pressing into the glass. Then, slowly, they pulled up. I stopped breathing. The hands didn't just grip the window this time. They were trying to lift something up, something too heavy. The fingers strained, pressed harder. Then, a shape, a head, rising slowly. I felt actual nausea as I watched. The head came higher, inch by inch, as if something was dragging itself up from nothing. The features were wrong. I couldn't make them out, couldn't tell if it was a man, a woman, or something else entirely. The only thing I knew for sure, it was looking into my apartment. I slammed my phone down on the table, gasping for air. My hands were shaking. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. I grabbed my keys. I had to get out. I ended up in my car, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. I should call someone, the police maybe, but what would I even say? Hey, an invisible person is climbing my window every night. I let out a sharp breath, shaking my head. There had to be an explanation. Something rational. But there wasn't. And I knew, deep in my gut, this wasn't going to stop. Not on its own. I pulled out my phone again, my hands still trembling, and clicked the video once more. I forced myself to watch. Forced myself to see. The hands, the head, the thing pulling itself up. But it never fully climbed through. It just held there, watching, waiting. And then, after exactly 3 minutes, it let go. Just released, like it had never been there at all. I sat there, phone clutched in my hands, pulse thudding. I knew what I had to do. I had to stay awake. I had to see it with my own eyes. Because tonight I wasn't just going to record it. I was going to catch it. I spent the rest of the day preparing. I bought an extra camera, better one, with night vision. I set it up outside my apartment window, rigging it on a makeshift stand. If something climbed up tonight, I'd see exactly what it was. Inside, I positioned my phone in its usual spot, aimed at the blinds. And then I waited. The apartment was too quiet. I kept glancing toward the window, my stomach twisting. I felt like I had invited something in. Like by acknowledging it, I had made it real. But it was real. And tonight, I was going to prove it. 2:47 a.m. The first tap came instantly, like it knew I was waiting. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I forced myself to stay still. Tap, tap, Tap. My pulse was so loud I could barely hear it. I gripped the phone under my blanket, thumb hovering over the screen. I could check the outside camera, see it from the other side. But I was scared. Scared that the moment I looked, I'd see too much. But I had to know. I swallowed hard and clicked the live feed. The screen flickered. Then, nothing. Just the window. The building's exterior. The empty wall leading down to the alley. No ledge, no fire escape. Nothing for someone to stand on. And yet, the tapping continued. I switched back to my room's camera. The hands were already there, gripping the frame. But this time, they were inside. My heart stopped. The fingers curled around the window from the inside of my apartment. I dropped the phone. Something shifted behind me. I felt it before I heard it. A presence. Something just beyond my vision, just past the edge of my bed. Then, a new sound. Not tapping. Not scratching. Something closer. The soft sound of my bedroom door unlocking. The sound of the lock turning sent a bolt of raw panic through me. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body had frozen completely, my breath stuck in my throat, my limbs locked in place beneath the blankets. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't imagining it. Something was inside my apartment. For a split second, I convinced myself I had misheard. That it was the neighbors, that the old pipes had shifted, that I had left the door unlocked, and it was just settling. Then the handle creaked. Slowly, deliberately, I felt my stomach drop. I wasn't alone. The camera. My phone was still in my hand, the live feed still playing, the screen casting a dim glow across my blanket. I forced my fingers to move, my body trembling as I lifted the phone toward my face. The window was empty now. The hands were gone. But the door was opening. In the grainy black and white night vision feed, the knob twisted and the door slowly swung outward. A figure stood just outside my bedroom. Tall, thin. It didn't move at first, just stood there, watching. I couldn't see a face, only a shape, a void where a person should have been. Then, a step. I snapped. I threw myself out of bed, phone forgotten, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The second my feet hit the floor, the thing moved. Not rushed, not panicked, but like it had been waiting, like it had wanted me to react. I bolted for the door. No thinking, no hesitation, just pure survival. I shoved past the thing in the doorway and felt it. Not solid, not soft, something else. A shape that didn't belong, a presence that wasn't human. I didn't stop to look. I didn't even scream. I just ran. Through the darkened apartment, past the kitchen. My hand fumbled for the front door lock. I yanked it open and stumbled into the hallway, gasping. For one horrible second, I thought it would follow me, that I would turn and see it right behind me. But when I turned, the door was still wide open, and the apartment was empty. I stood there, shaking, my breath coming in ragged bursts. The hallway was silent, too silent, like everything was waiting. Then, slowly, the bedroom door, the one I had run from, swung shut on its own. Click. I ran. I don't remember driving. I don't remember grabbing my keys, shoving my feet into my sneakers, or sprinting down the apartment stairs like my life depended on it. All I remember is the next moment standing in my car, engine running, hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I stared straight ahead, refusing to look back. My body was on fire with adrenaline, my mind screaming at me to move, to drive. I didn't stop until I was parked outside a gas station on the other side of the city. The lights were bright. There were people inside. I could see them through the windows. Real people. Normal. Safe. I gripped my phone with numb fingers. The screen was still on, the video feed still open. I hesitated. Then, slowly, I turned it back toward me. Paused the video. Rewound. My breath hitched as I watched it again. The hands on the window. The fingers curling, pressing into the glass. The door unlocking on its own. And then, the moment I had shoved past it, the thing in my doorway. The moment I ran, it had turned too. But not toward me. It had turned toward the camera. Toward the phone. Toward the thing recording it. And in the split second before the bedroom door had closed, it had reached out. Reached toward the phone. And just before the screen went dark, I saw my own face staring back. Not from the phone. Not from the reflection in the window. From behind the door. From inside my own bedroom. I dropped the phone. I never went back. I called my landlord the next morning, told them I was breaking my lease. I didn't care how much it cost. I didn't care about my stuff. I never went back for it. The only thing I took from that apartment was my phone. And the video. The proof. I wanted to delete it. I should have deleted it. But I couldn't. I moved cities. Got a new job. A new apartment in a high-rise with no windows facing the outside walls. For a while, things were normal again. But then, the messages started. Unknown number. No text, no name. Just a file. An attachment. Every week. Always at 2:47 a.m. The same video. My apartment. My window. The hands. The door opening. And then, in the last second, before the screen goes dark, that face, that version of me, still trapped inside that room, still waiting, and every week the same message. Let me out.